once before, and I liked it. Of course, I'm done with it. I'm so freaking nervous. Why? Let's get started. I can't wait till the full game comes out. Oh, yeah. Would you like gameplay explanation sections to appear? Which options? Oh, yes, I do. Our life tutorial time. Welcome to our life begins in always. Config, load log, and media out. Okay. I should have looked at everything before I started. I did this last time. I didn't look at everything last time when I was playing. I'm so excited. Okay. This demo shows off what the game has in store, though it isn't exactly what we're playing for the completed version of the game. Later on, a full tutorial will be available from the main menu. For now, there will be many guides that pop up at certain points in the story. Also, in the future, more voice acting, text alterations, MC doll design options, and other touches will be added. We hope you enjoy what's here now, and we'll look forward to what's still to come. What's going on? Okay. The first part of the game is the character creation screen. There will that's right here. Yes, it is. There you'll be able to decide various details about the protagonist. What you choose will be referred in the text. Or our life has a first person perspective. So the main character won't visibly appear during in-game events. To make the traits easier to picture, there is a simple MC doll shown on the special decisions making screen. Pages 1 through 2 of the screen decorate the doll. Page 3 doesn't change the doll. It only sets information that gets referenced in the script. What? I swear I played this demo like more than once. I swear I did. The customization options are limited in the demo, and there aren't many text alterations based on character appearance in the script yet. Oh, I understand. Those will continue to expand as the game develops. Please feel free to let us know what kind of options you'd like to see included. Creation options such as piercings and facial hair aren't available for your character when they're young, but will appear as options in the screen once your character is older. Our life is divided into 4 different time periods or steps. Step 1, childhood. Step 2, adolescence. Step 3, teenage. And step 4, adulthood. After the tutorial, you'll be deciding the details for step 1, childhood. At the beginning of each of the other steps, you'll have the option to change your info with age. This demo goes to the start of step 2, so you'll get 2 opportunities to decide the specifics of your character. Most traits can be different from what they were in childhood. I'm not One of the decisions you'll get to make for your character is selecting a first name. You can type in any name you like, or you can pick one from a preset list of names. Those preset options are the voice names. That means the name will be voiced aloud by the romantic lead. You'll get to hear him say your name as you play through the story. Oh, this is so fun. Love it. After choosing a voice, you'll be able to retype the name if the spelling isn't what you'd like, such as using the voice name Gray, but with the spelling Gray, and you can change the name voice. You go by each time a new step begins. You can also go from using a voice name to an unvoiced name, and vice versa. Each voice name belongs to someone who supported this project. Many more names will be added to the screen in the future. While all of the characters in our life have partly whatever voice acting, only the love interest code will utilize the voice first name feature. No one else will say the names out loud. And in this demo, some of the side characters haven't gotten voice lines yet. That will be added later on. Over the course of this demo, there will be dozens of chances to choose what your character says, does, and feels. The choice menu buttons have different colors on them: blue, yellow, and green. These colors give some indication of the tone for the choice options, but don't have a firm gameplay result. Please feel free to go with whatever fits best in the moment, rather than trying to stick with a certain color in every situation. There's no benefit to always going with the same one. Wait, what? Can I go back? Wait, I wasn't finished. Dang it. Okay. Okay. Voice name. Desiree, Ellie, Bonnie. I don't want these names. What should her name be? Of course, I'm going to change her hair. What should her name be? Yeah, let's make it her hair. You can choose a day. That's cute. Let's make it curly in the back. I'm going to change your hair color. Of course, we all know she's the main character. choose a voice name. Yeah, I'll choose a voice name. I'll go with Ellie.
L.
No,
Desiree.
no.
Alex.
Yeah, let's go with Alex.
Kiori.
That should be her first name. Wait, go back. Let's do that. Wait, I won't be able to pronounce it. Curie.
Felicity.
Yeah, this is
Kiori.
Curie. Yes. Last name.
Leslie.
No.
Uma.
Curie. Yes. Wait a minute.
Kiori.
I guess you can't change the last name like that. That works. Because you won't be able to change the last name. She looks good. Oh, you can change the Ashley. She looks good now. Okay. Birthmarks or no birthmarks? Cute. Let's go with no birthmarks. Scars or no scars? No scars. No rosy cheeks. Okay. I think I want to give her glasses. Yeah. You can't even see her chest. Okay, put it there. We're gonna give her freckles all over her body. Yeah. Clothing types. Let's do skirts and pants. We're done. Summer in Sunset Bird was a special time of year. Your usually sleepy town began to bustle. It was a popular tourist destination, with people coming from all over to enjoy the beach, the weather, and the relaxation that came with both. The smell of the ocean, crisp and salty, hung in the air, bringing 3 whole months of school plus vacation with it. During the summer, your moms didn't like you to wander too far outside of your neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. That included the people. Families came and went from Sunset Bird, but they mostly stayed built businesses, they got to know each other, and they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved when passing their stores. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar, friendly residents. Sorry, I was looking at my phone. Friendly residents waved or asked how your family was, or most often just said hello. You didn't really get why they always had to say hi. They saw you every day, but you nodded back at them anyway. You ended up saying hi to a lot of different people, since most of the tourists that came and went every summer were the same ones. You were too anxious to say hi back to most of the other residents that greeted you, but they all knew you well enough to expect that. What would I choose? What did I choose last time? I think I chose this one. Chose this one. It was the polite thing to do. After all, and your moms had taught you to always be respectful. But today there was a man sitting on the curb outside your house. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person or a statue that had magically sprung up from the ground overnight. Oh, guys. Oh my God. Whoever or whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing about knowing everyone in Sunset Berg was that people who you didn't recognize really stood out. It was rare for tourists to venture into the residential district, as your moms called it. Oh, that was better. So for you, not knowing who a total stranger was, wait a minute, what am I doing? So for you, not knowing who a total stranger was set off a lot of red flags. Your moms had a talk with you and your big sister Lizzie about this kind of situation before. Sorry, I'm sharing my thing. Even though I posted it and everything, I'm just sharing. Anyway, how's everybody doing? It's good? It's great. I'm doing good too. Why are you saying sorry? I'm texting my mom. Sorry, I know. Don't have to say sorry. This is terrible. Terrible. Okay, guys. I'm so sorry. You hadn't exactly been listening to the time you think it could be okay to talk to new people. They mentioned that some people aren't good to talk They mentioned that some people aren't good to talk to, but other types of people can help you even if you don't know them. You remember that it's okay to run away if you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about being polite. I think I clicked this one. I remember clicking this one. Okay. Okay, let's click that one. You weren't sure about this man yet. Still, you felt a bit scared knowing that he was blocking the way to your front door, but you were pretty interested. You wanted to know more about what was going on. Whether you was nice or not, you didn't want to be bothered. That sounds fun. Okay. Yeah, say that one. You slowed down, your eyes remaining fixed on the man. There was a split second where your eyes met and you knew he was aware. He wasn't alone on the street anymore.
Hey!
Hi. You raised your eyebrows at the shout. Did he want something? Is that why he was here? The man stood up and started to make his way toward you. Not wanting to seem too approachable, you folded your arms and stared. Still unsure about him, but willing to be friendly, offered the stranger a smile. Your whole body was frozen in place as he approached. Yeah, let's do this one. The man gives a grin of his own back. Well, hello. Do you live around here? What's your name? You looked the man up and down, taking in his tan skin and relaxed appearance. At least his clothes were relaxed. The way he was acting wasn't. What? He has sharks on his short. He had sharks on his shorts, a stingray tattoo, and you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. He's giving off surfer vibes. While you made your assessment, he looked at you exponentially, waiting for an answer to his question. Yeah, I live here. I live right there. My name is Kayori. You continue to say nothing. Well, if you do, he rubbed the back of his neck uncomfortably, giving you a small smile. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. It crackled in his hand as he held it up to you. Even more confused than before, you looked back at him. Well, could you do me a favor? Nothing bad. Sorry, I should have... Let me start over. He cleared his throat and stood up straight. From where you were standing, it just made him look creepier. I have a son. His name is Code. Who's about your age. Code. That seemed like a strange name for an actual living person. To you. You chewed on the inside of your cheek. This guy was definitely obsessed with water. You thought that was pretty cool. No. He wasn't the only person like that in Sunset Bird. We moved in across the street, see. He gestured toward the house that had been empty for a year, his watch catching the late afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. The gigantic for sale sign was finally gone. You must be Hayuri Nekuma. Nekuma. Right? I met your moms earlier and they told me you were 8, just like him. So he shook the $20 bill and bring it back to your attention. Hopefully, thanks. Thanks, Darren. Hopefully, smiled a hopeful smile tilting his lips at the corners. Can you try to be friends with the boy? Just give it a chance, and you can keep this. He's a good kid. You'll like him. But you've got to keep it a secret, too. Okay? It wouldn't be friendly to say his dad sent you. You eyed the man. You kind of felt sorry for Cole. Did other kids really get their parents to pay for friendship? Yeah. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that. What do you say? What do you say? Want to make a deal? No. You ran away. You didn't want the money. You took the bill. No, let's not take the money. Yeah, let's run away. You spun around and made a break for it. Stranger danger! Okay. No thanks, old man. No, don't offer any explanation. You just focus on getting away. Let's play stranger danger. You turned on the spot and bolted down the street, ignoring his calls from behind you. Hey! Come back. I'm sorry if I scared you. I didn't know how else to act. The soles of your shoes slapped against the concrete sidewalk as you ran. The heat from the sun warmed your feet. Warm on your feet. Or was that face? I don't know. Step 1, first sight. Eventually his shouting faded into the distance. You let yourself slow down and try to catch your breath, wiping the sweat from your forehead with the back of your hand. The chirping of crickets in tall, dry grass echoed around you, and you lifted your head to survey your surroundings. You'd run right into the hills behind your house's backyard. From here you could probably get back inside without seeing the guy again. There was a loose plank on the back fence, too small to fit through, but you could try waving to Liz for help. The fence was pretty high, but if you stood on the neighbor's shorter fence post first, you might be able to pull yourself over. You would be able to hide here until he left, then you'd go through the front door. Okay. You could peek around the corner and make sure he was gone before making a break for it. You took in a deep breath. You wanted to try to relax and couldn't. You weren't sure what, but something told you that you weren't alone, so you glanced around. Cove! There was a boy sitting at the top of one hill, almost completely hidden within the long grass and white flowers surrounding him. His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead by himself. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention. He hadn't noticed it yet. You watched him a minute longer, feeling a little bit like you'd found a deer in the wild. Though deer didn't have green hair. Yeah, green hair. But this new boy did. You watched as it fluttered softly around his face in the breeze. After a few more seconds, you took a step forward, then another, and then he glanced your way. His his aquamarine eyes reflected the light of the moon. You stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him and show you weren't scary. With a start, he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his sides. He didn't say anything, just stared at you in a strange way. He'd been crying there were traces of tears on his cheeks, and his knees soaking the hem of his shorts, and his eyes were still shining with a few more. You'd obviously caught him off guard. He was your age, but he didn't look familiar. Maybe he was the boy that worked that. Maybe he was the boy that weird new neighbor had been talking about before you ran. The only way to actually know was to ask. He sniffled a little, rubbing at his ruddy cheeks before he answered. My name's Cove. You could see him hesitate, shifting his eyes to the side and then back to you again. My dad and me, we moved here. Your guess was confirmed. So, is this your hill? He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. I can leave if it is. While doing so, you also picked at a strand of lint on your leg. What a weird question to ask someone. Oh. He sat back down with a thump, resting his chin on his knees again. Curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad, you sat on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered this hill rocked back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers too. The night wind was cool as it traveled over the ocean and up the hill, chasing away the heat from the sun. A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question, almost like they never stopped. His tears started up again with a vengeance. My parents, they don't want to live together with me anymore. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. My mom made my dad leave, and he took me with him. And now we have a house here, and I want to go home. The outburst took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cole's chest was heaving with exhaustion. Oh. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand before he put them back on again. I hate this place. I want my real life back. I want my mom. You'll like it here. You just have to get used to it. Your dad seems kind of nice. No, he's not. That introduction. I'm sorry. Stop crying. Okay. What do I choose? What did I choose last time? Oh, I think I chose this one. He slipped his hands underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Cove wound himself up again for another long cry fit. Sunset Bird was a nice place to live. It had a beach, playgrounds, a good school, at least you thought so. But from way off in the distance, you heard your parents. Hayuri! Cove! Kids, where did you go? Cove looked at you, tears still clinging to his cheeks. Don't tell them we're here.
I want to go home.
I don't want to go back to that house. I want to go home. You stood up, struck by a sudden need to rescue Cole. It's not gonna all be fun, but isn't he your family too? Yeah, I guess. Then you can count on him when you really, really need him. You shot him a grin and pushed yourself to your feet. Slowly, Cove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove, can you hear me? He looked toward the sound of his dad's voice, silent, then turned around while rubbing his not bandaged arm.
Sorry.
I still don't want to go, called out yourself. You waited silently with them. You tried to convince them. Yeah, I get it. You do? Before you could answer, you heard Cole's dad even closer than before. There you are, bud. The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you and they rushed over. Look at the moms! Oh my god! I mean, look at the moms! Totally. Okay, both of your moms were at your side in a split second. Faces filled with worry. That's worry. That's worry. park to check for Cove and then heard what happened earlier. When you met the new neighbor, I thought you might have gone off further away. No, we were just sitting in the grass. Why is everybody acting like this is such a big deal? Big thing. We're okay, don't worry. Cove didn't want to go home just yet. Let's push that. Mommy Cove is a small. Mommy Cove. Jeez. Mommy gave Cove a small smile and then she turned back to you. Look at these moms. Thank God you're both fine. Were you two having fun out here? You looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. You didn't think that was the right word to describe it, but weren't sure what else to say to your moms. Finally letting go of his squirming, squalling son, Cove's dad turned to the three of you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighbor. Good. Good thing Hayuri knows this whole area so well. Absolutely. We should be getting home now. It's been a long day for us all. Say goodbye, Cove. Two of them walked off into the darkness, heading toward the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. Tell you what, we'll have a proper play date tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. How does that sound? It sounds like words. It sounds like words. You nodded, ducking your head down. Sure. Can I show him my stuff? My stuff? I like this one. Both of your moms laughed and the sounds overlapping into a warm, familiar chorus. Mommy put her arm around your shoulder and led you towards the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. Our life tutorial time. It's time for part 2 of the mini guide. You're about to access the relationship screen. That's where you'll determine the custom connection you and Cove have. Ooh. At the start of each of the 3 remaining steps, you'll have the option to change your feelings. Okay, I need to stop. This demo goes to step 2, so you can alter things later if you like. On the screen, you'll see comfort and interest. Comfort determines how you speak, act. Interest decides how much you actually like him. The two are put together to create your relationship style. In future steps, comfort can be increased or decreased freely. Interest level won't go lower than what you pick now. Feelings can stay the same or grow more, but it's not possible to like code less. Currently, crush is the highest level of interest. Love becomes the new highest level of interest when you reach step 3, which isn't in this demo. That sucks. It really sucks. Through interest levels, you can make a slow burn romance starting at disinterest and having the feelings grow over the steps until love is reached only at the very end. Or you can be totally into each other from the beginning. Or you can always stay just good friends or something else. The experience can be further customized by trying out different comfort levels and experimenting with the various ways Cove can develop. As for him, Cove will return the same level of interest you have. He wants to get along with you. If you give him a chance, if you don't, he'll keep his distance. How comfortable he is around you is a quality that develops in a separate way, being based on the type of person he becomes. Right now, what you pick is all there is to it. In step 2, the dynamic you have with Cove will take into consideration your new interest level as well as the feelings you are choosing here in step 1. An indifferent interest level in step 1 that moves to the crush level in step 2 will be different than if you were always crushing on Cove. The same goes for the other interest levels. Combination indifferent staying indifferent to friendship that's still friendship to crush, etc. They each have unique qualities, so it may be worth keeping the future in mind when deciding your step 1 interest level. Okay. The regular event choices that come after the relationship screen are there for developing your character and Cove as people rather than what they think of each other. For example, if an in-game choice appears with the option of teasing Cove or comforting him, teasing won't lower your closeness and comforting won't increase your closeness. Instead, what you pick will have a hand in influencing your personality and the kind of man he grows up to be. There are no bad endings, and Cove will only refuse to take an interest in you if you directly decide on it. So pick anything that feels right to you and create your own unique life. And that's all for part 2 of the minigame. She's indifferent. I'm not trying to save right now, babe. Go back down. Isn't she just cute? Relaxed fondness. Isn't that adorable? Relaxed crush. Direct fondness. No. Relaxed fondness. I like that. Okay. Breakfast table the next morning, you finished your food faster than usual. Your sister Lizzie had run out early to go play, but you stayed put. Today, just like your moms had promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. Look how hot they are. Oh my God. You're so hot. Excited to see your new friend again. Hi, Yuri. Yeah, I am.
How sweet.
I'm so happy he moved in.
Okay.
With that said, are you done with your breakfast? Okay, let's not be a smart butt. Good job. He should be here soon. Cleanup began and then oh crap, what's going on? Cleanup began and then on cue there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud though. We need to get a more obvious doorbell. I know. Hi Yuri, could you get that? Could you get it? Wiggling out of your chair without really pushing it back, you made your way to the door. Hey, nephew, mom, family. I'm sorry. I just find that funny because I just made that name up on the fly. No shit. Thanks for having us. Mr. Holden, as your moms have called him, and his son were here. Cove looked different in the bright lighting of your living room, and when he was crying, with his dad standing in front of him and mom and mommy behind you, and Cove looked at each other. Pleased to see your new friend again, he smiled at Cove. Aww. He smiled back with some hesitation. Let's go play in my room.
Okay. Take care.
Let us know if you need anything, you two. Have fun, kids. See you later, son. Play nice. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There were lots of stuffed animals, a cool bed, a window to look out. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone to show it to in a while, but you were really proud of it. He leaned in a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I like this. Cool. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art and you were glad he noticed it. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the walls. You had put a lot of effort into making your room as nice as it was. You hoped he didn't say anything bad about it. Then his eyes landed on the tiny box of each things you collected, tucked away by your door. He took a step towards it before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on beach.
Oh.
Do you have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box into the middle of the room, you and Cove flopped down next to it. I think so. Yeah, see? You gestured to a piece at the bottom, still covered with specks of sand. Neat. This is a good collection. You got the sense from the tone of his voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice or to be like shallow. He actually meant it. Oh right, I almost forgot. Shiloh is going to be here today. Shiloh? Lizzie's friend, or like her number one fan, I guess. Do I have to see him? Should be okay. I mean, he's Lizzie's friend, not mine, but you know. Come on. Check out my shells some more. I found this one under a big piece of seaweed that had washed ashore, and he pulled out seashells after seashells, explaining where you gotten each one and holding them up against the light. There were big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Most of them you washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. Your voice flattered a little bit, but you kept going as upbeat as you could. The collection was huge and varied that you had lots of funny stories. Yeah. Apparently fascinated either by the stories or by the seashells themselves, Cove listened with what looked like the full force of his attention, like when you almost got pinched by a hermit crab while searching for seashells, and after watching him scuttle back into the ocean, you found another empty shell that was almost a twin to his home. It was a new experience to be discerning of the center of such dedication and focus. But Cove hadn't been mean to you, so you didn't mind. You smiled at him every now and then while showing him your collection. Kids, come down to the living room. You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you much of a chance to hang around. Before you knew it, you'd both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room, ready for Shallow's visit. The two of you sat side by side on the floor of your home's entryway. I brought the box of shells. I want to keep looking at them. I will. No, I clicked too fast. Whatever. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh, like he hadn't spoken aloud yet. He turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. Cove looked at you in surprise, his eyes going wide. Really? Sure. You like it a lot, right? But I don't want to take it from you. It's okay. You got the impression he was hesitant to accept something because he didn't know you very well. You let it go. Okay. You didn't want to pressure Cove too much. It was supposed to make him happy, not nervous. Plus, Cove was your neighbor now. Maybe you could give it to him another time. The two of you were still sitting on the floor, looking collection of beach findings when the doorbell finally rang. Since the person hadn't knocked, you figured it was probably Shallow. He knew where it to look for that. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but that didn't seem to make Cove feel better. Why am I pressing that? It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. You'll be alright. He's here. We can't tell him to leave. He's at our only door. And if you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cub glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his gaze locked onto the back of the house. I can go out the window. He was already walking towards it, scrambling to think of something to say. You stepped forward, then paused. Do you want to break your other arm? Shallow is the least scary person alive. Cheer up, Shallow's gonna like you. Please don't get hurt. I'll come with you. Hurry. They'll see where we're going. He glanced back at you, then nodded. The two of you made your way to the window together. It wasn't much of a distance to clamber out, but by the time you landed gently in the bushes, you looked up to see that Cove was already taking off away from the house. He was fast, but you knew you could outrun him if you had to. Cove! Oh crap, I keep clicking too fast. Cautiously, Cove slowed to a halt and looked back at you. Where are you going? I don't know. Somewhere else. I just don't want to see. Hurry! You looked back and saw Shallow huffing down the hill after you. The backpack he clutched, bouncing all around along the way. What are you doing? Can I come? He must have seen you leaping out the window and followed behind. Oh, look how cute he is. Oh, hi. Are you Cove?
Yeah.
I'm Shallow. Okay. Yep. Are we going back or are we going to play outside? Shallow's eyes moved between you and Cove. His smile remained strong on his face. It got a tiny frown from Cove in response. You were just grateful he hadn't asked why you hadn't been running away. Inside, we left the box on the floor. Right? My shelves and stuff. We have to make sure they're okay. With Shallow trailing behind, you and Cove headed back toward the house. The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at the beach, think some more. Sorry, I'm getting crazy deja vu. That's okay. Sorry. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else, especially if Cove was having fun. Hey, check out this scalp shell I found. Cool, right? It it's a pretty color, kind of like my cast. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay. Is it your favorite? Not really. What is? Maybe green or blue. It might be yellow. Oh, those are cool. Those are all cool.
I guess.
I like those colors too. Awesome. Both of them smiled. Like usual, it didn't take long for Shallow to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Shallow didn't seem to know what to do with himself. And Cove wasn't like your sister. He wasn't that much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? Don't know. Aw. Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach, probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park, and he looked towards you. There's a park? Yep, but it's old. Can you show me? I want to go. He started getting up before you had even answered, and Shallow jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do? You do too? Right, Hiyori? I'm sorry. The park is fun. Yeah, it's right at the beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do and lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a beach, a bunch of swings. That sounds like it could be cool. So, are we going to find Lizzie? I don't know. I never really wanted to see her. I just want to check the park out. Adrift without any direction, Shallow finally turned to you. Okay. He perked up. Both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. After getting permission from your moms, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was so short she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. When you found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey, Lizzie! Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. Hiyori, Shallow! Hey! Hi! She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand in a split second. Shiloh had abandoned you too, and scrambled over to stand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you. But now Cove was here. I meant to do that. wondered if he would leave too. Who's that? It's Cove. He's new.
Hi.
I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured widely with her arms as if to present the area to the newcomer. While Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wriggle your toes through the warm sand. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the ideas. You are?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I am. And who else could handle the job? Lizzie is the oldest. By a lot. My mom said you're Hayuri's age. Yeah. Thought so. I'm still the only one in this group. Double digits. What about other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. Wait. There aren't any. We're the only kids here, and Shiloh is just visiting from another place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is the land of the ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try to steal your view.
Oh.
Just kidding. Oh. For a second, it looked like he might cry again, but something in his eyes shifted and he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people like moms and dads or grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Why? We haven't done anything. You interjected quickly, hoping Lizzie wouldn't take things too far. Cove sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was there. He went into his own head. Shiloh was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. I met Lizzie and Hayuri in school. You'll see tons of kids there once summer is over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Shiloh looked down to the dirt. He hasn't had much luck striking up conversation with Cove. I like summer vacation a lot too. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed at Shiloh's discomfort, at how weird she thought Cove was, and something else entirely. You didn't really know, but she laughed, face scrunching up.
Okay.
After the sunset bird, Cove. Take a seat. Put up your feet and get used to it. You offered him a small smile, and that at least looked to reassure him. For the rest of the summer, Cove was always there. You saw him more often than Shiloh, and on some days when she was in a bad mood or busy, you even saw him more than Lizzie. He became a staple of your everyday life. The way sun and lunch and the beach were. During your first summer together, you really liked Cove. He was a fun person to play with, and he seemed to like playing with you too. Of course, that was only the start of things. Our Life Tutorial time. It's now part 3. The mini guide. The next part is the last type of special decision making screen. The moment select screen. Here you can choose which events you experience during the step. They're called moments. Moments are memorable experiences. Summer during the Pacific stage of life, and they can be played in any order. Once you finish an event, you'll go back to the screen to pick another, or they don't have to be played at all. Whenever you're ready to move on to a new time period, you can click the Summer Ended button in the bottom right. If moments are skipped, there will be fewer opportunities to develop your character and impact how Cove acts for the upcoming step. That can be helpful if you don't want him to change. It's the choices that are made in the current step that set up his personality in this next step. As a child, Cove's features are consistent in future steps that are multiple directions his looks, interests, and personality can take. While making choices, there's a little way to tell how the conversation and experiences will shape Cove in the long run. You'll have to wait and see. In this demo, you can only progress as far as a partial introduction of step 2. The moment screen, step 1, is the only moment screen in the demo, and it doesn't include all the moments for step 1. Most are locked for now, but there's still a good amount of things to see and do. Feel free to play around with the different options. You'll be able to find various different results. And that's all for part 3 of the mini guide. Thank you. Come again. Okay. Okay. Moving on. These are all the moments. These aren't open. Oh, bet your booty I'm gonna get a DLC. Bet your booty. What we're gonna go to. Okay, I think Firefly is the end of summer. So we're gonna go to, I think Growing Up is the end of summer too. Let's go to Growing Up. One sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you along with Lizzie. Oh, I remember this one. To play amongst yourselves. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy. So your sister was starting to get impatient, waiting for her golf class that evening. The three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt that it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. Then suddenly a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes, and her smile spread wide across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyway. They're always inside and telling everybody they're too busy to play.
Why?
Why? I said why. And it'll be fun, duh. What do they do inside that we don't? Besides, you use the phone a lot. Excluding a small huff, Lizzie decides to ignore Code. Kyrie, what do you think? Do you want to? No. But that's what I'm going to do. And it's not as fun when I play pretend adults by myself. Do you do that a lot? What's it to you? Looking at Lizzie, it seemed Cove felt he could understand where she was coming from, and he sighed. Did he really not want to play Hayuri? It was clear he wanted some way out, but still felt guilty about it. It's not gonna be. I guarantee it. Lizzie seemed more determined than ever, and you could only sigh, satisfied that neither of you were about to bail on her. Lizzie thought over her options while you watched. I hope there's other options for this one because I didn't like this one when I last played it. After a few seconds, she clapped her hands together and beamed, apparently having settled on something without asking either of you. Okay. I'm gonna be a professional golfer. Hayuri, you and Cove can be a beach volleyball player, a gymnast, or a tennis player. Why can't we pick anything we want? Because I have a fun idea, that's why. And we have to play sports as adults? Yep. But there's other kinds of sports too. It isn't the same. What do you think, Hayuri? Don't those choices sound super cool? You want to be that, huh? Lizzie stomped a foot on the ground. Nope. Come on, just decide already. Knowing Lizzie wouldn't let this go anytime soon, you sighed. Cove was not impressed with Lizzie's attitude, though he didn't bother talking more about it for now. You thought over the list of possibilities: beach volleyball, gymnast, or tennis. Out of all of them, you prefer to play beach volleyball. If you couldn't spend the afternoon at the beach for real, then you might as well pretend you were there. You could even wear your swimsuit to make it seem more realistic, although Lizzie probably wouldn't let you run off and do that she had here. Yes, that was clearly the top option. Okay, I'm gonna be a volleyball player.
Alright.
How about you, Cove? I'll have a volleyball team too. Lizzie threw her hands in the air, making an annoyed sound. You guys can't be the same thing. That's not how it works. You didn't say that. The rule was picking from the list. Can't keep adding more. Lizzie looked at the two of you, then shook her head, resigned to losing this battle, but not the war. Fine, you're both volleyball players, but you're on the same team because there's only one. Lizzie's ponytail bobbed when she proudly stretched her arms wide. The Olympic team. what? We're Olympic athletes who just competed in the Olympics. Cove didn't seem all that impressed with the announcement. He had a face and adjusted the glasses on his nose. That's really Pacific. That's what makes it fun anyway. Lizzie marched back and forth in front of us, getting lost in her own imagination. I won all gold medals and people are calling me the next Mickey Wright. Who's that? Lizzie stopped on the spot and turned on him, her brown eyes shining with impatience. It doesn't matter. If you know who she is, it's a golf thing. You guys won medals too. Crap. You shrugged your shoulders, agreeing with Lizzie. A silver medal was still really good in the Olympics. I'm not. Cole folded his arms across his chest, apparently not as happy as you were with the decision. Lots of people lose at the Olympics. Them's the bricks. Then you're the one who did, not me. Lizzie looked taken aback by Cole's declaration, as though the thought of her losing was completely absurd. No way. It wouldn't make sense. I'm already practicing my golf game. She took a golfing stance to make her point, pretending to swing her club and hit an invisible ball. So what kind of house do you want to live in? Cole hadn't changed his mind about winning, but thinking about where he lived as an adult appeared to him currently, because he looked back at Lizzie with some of the anger fading. I'm going to live on a beach. Lizzie made a face at him, poking out her thumb. That's kind of boring. We already have that. No, not like the normal houses. Here, with a street on it, right on the sand, by the water. Just like that. All the tension was back. You hadn't even had a chance to choose where you would want to live. That's not very fun or smart, Cole. You can't live on a beach of sand and shells. But I want to, and I will. Cole narrowed his eyes at Lizzie, even though she stood half and head taller than him. You didn't give out a list of things to pick from this time, so I'm picking that. Why are we even playing pretend if we can't imagine anything? Jeez. Well, I'm gonna live in a mansion far away from here and far away from you. One with an indoor pool and a place to practice my award-winning golf. How come you were yelling about mine when your idea is even more impossible? Lizzie's face flushed red, her hands falling into fists at her sides. It is not impossible, and it's better than yours. Disagreements always seem to crop up when the two of them were together, and you always felt like you were stuck in the middle. But when it came to the topic at hand, this time you thought you preferred a mansion. Being on the beach was cooler. You wanted to agree with Lizzie. Cole was right. You were tired of deciding between either of them. You didn't engage with their bickering, and instead dreamt up your own dream house. And you weren't going to share your idea with them either. You already knew it was a good one. You can swim whenever you want if you live on the beach. We can still swim anytime we want from where we live now. Being a little closer doesn't mean anything. Says you. The two of them scold at each other. You're being so unreasonable. I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make sense. It does. You have to be realistic. I said that. But you're not. You had no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them would just keep working at each other. Keep working at each other up as long as they could. Nothing you said so far had kept them from being mad. Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mom walked into the room. Lizzie rushed to her, hanging onto the hem of her shirt and poking out her tongue at Code. Lizzie, hurry! It's time to get ready to go. Sorry, you have to leave already, Code. Their mommy said she'll walk you home so you won't be left in the cold. Code was still glaring at Lizzie. His face flushed red with anger. I can go by myself. But bye, Hayuri. There was still a harsh edge to the brief farewell, but he knew it wasn't Hugh who was mad at. He was mad at. Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and stalked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight. Okay? Worried, Mom turned to look down at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with our new friend, weren't you? You told the truth. We were playing pretend and things got intense. They were like cats and dogs. Your sister's jaw dropped, looking betrayed as Mom put both hands on her hips. Elizabeth, I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Liz's mouth closed back up, replaced by a tiny frown. I know, I tried, but he was... No, but we both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. We're going to apologize to Code and his dad over the phone when he gets home from work tonight. Liz hung her head, dragging a foot across the ground in front of her. Okay, Mom. Good girl. We caught pieces of Liz sulking to herself about how it was his fault, too, but it was over. Ah, right. We better get a move on. Let's go, kids. Nolan. Where did you leave the car keys? Nolan. Where did you leave the car keys? Got it. Nolan or Nolan. One of the two. Mom hustled you all out the door, and you noticed during the car ride to golf practice that Liz was quieter than usual. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen to in the car, but she didn't say anything. Your parents noticed she wasn't in a mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mommy just asked you what you singing along with it. She acted like she was grown up most of the time, but you knew she liked the movie too. Damn it. Okay. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching Liz hit things with other girls her age. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell that she really liked it. So you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, and you stretched. You stretched out your legs to let the last few minutes of sun warm your skin. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your moms took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant you had all been going to ever since you could remember. The whole afternoon had been a bunch of shouting. You hadn't been able to stop, but you could kind of tell that all this helped Liz be less angry. The car ride home was quiet with only the radio providing escape from silence. Liz had been in better spirits now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned out the window. She knew what was coming when you all got home. Clearly, she was dreading it. Soon enough, Mom was turning into your street, then reversing into the driveway. Once she cut the ignition, it was dead silent. No one spoke, only unbuckled their seatbelts and opened the doors. Liz was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips.
Well,
Now then, Mr. Holden's car is in his driveway, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Cove can hash things out before the day's done. Liz didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet anyone's eyes. She nodded once. Good, let's move this to the kitchen. Mom went over to the house phone and Mom went over to the house phone. The rest of you following behind her. Mommy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder as they walked side by side. You watched them from the back. This was only happening because you told on Lizzie. You frowned to yourself, recalling how Cove had left in such a bad way. Hopefully time and Liz pending apology would raise his spirits and smooth things over between them. The four of you stood around the kitchen in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Liz, who kept her gaze on her feet. You remembered the number for Cole's house, don't you, honey? Liz jerked her head in another nod. Swollen. Without further prompting, she stepped forward and she began to dial. Mom reached over and pressed a button on the base. Suddenly, you could hear the phone ringing. She turned on the speaker. The phone phone rang a couple of times, then stopped. Mr. Holden's warm voice came through the other end.
Hey.
Evening, Holden residence. Liz looked over at Mommy, unsure. She nodded encouragingly. Hi, Mr. Holden. It's, Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove? Liz, Nekuma. What a surprise. But of course you can say hi, hey, to the boy. He sounded cheery as usual, though definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. You thought hard and you were sure that your sister had never called Cole's house before. Mom spoke up before Mr. Holden or Liz could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her lips pressed. Hey, Cliff. Nolan, Hayori, and I are here too. Is that new? I swear that's new. Nolan. Good evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. Hi, Mr. Holden. The gang's all here, huh? Is something the matter? His voice grew a bit concerned. Mommy was quick to reassure him. No, well, yes, but it's going to be okay. Liz and Cove got into a bit of a fight today. We were hoping that the two of them could talk and make up. Is this a good time for you and Cove?
Oh.
A fight? Cove didn't tell me anything about that when I came home. It does explain the funk he's been in tonight. He chuckled lightly. Despite that, it didn't seem like he really thought it was funny. Anyway, it's good you didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll go grab him for you. There was some shuffling on the other end. He must not have gone far because you could still hear him calling out, Cove, there's someone on the phone for you. After a bit of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cole's dad. Come on, bud. Liz called just so she could talk to you. Hayuri's on the other end listening to you. Don't you want to say hi? It took a bit of back and forth, though the conversation seemed one-sided. Since you couldn't hear Cove properly, eventually Cove took the phone from his dad.
Hi.
Hello? Hey, it's Liz. Yeah, I know. Dad told me. Cove's tone was defensive. Liz turned to Mom, scolding. One stern look from her, though, and Liz turned away. I just called to say I'm sorry for not playing nice with you today. I won't do it again. Liz's eyes were downcast, her voice low, and you could tell she felt uncomfortable apologizing to Cove in front of everyone. She was still being genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too, because he sighed quietly. I won't gold, and I think Hayuri should win too. Really? He thought you were worth gold even though you hadn't even wanted it. Lizzie was momentarily stunned silently by the demand. She probably forgot that had even happened already. All right, we all win the gold. Okay, I guess I'm sorry too. A sense of relief washed over everyone at his acceptance of the apology. Mom uncrossed her arms while Mommy's shoulders relaxed. Liz's eyebrows raised up. He wondered if she thought that he refused her apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? You couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cove felt awkward about the situation. He had come off uncomfortable the entire time,
Yeah.
really. Yeah. You can go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first, though. Bye, Liz. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Hyrie. He perked up at the mention of your name. He smiled, even if he couldn't see it. Bye, Cove. With that said, Cove must have handed the phone to his dad and left since Mr. Holden spoke up.
Thanks.
All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. As Mom replied, Liz tugged on Mommy's hand to catch her attention. Can I go now too?
Okay.
Sure, sweetie. Thank you very much for apologizing to Cole. Mom flashed a brief smile at Liz and nodded her agreement. Given permission to leave, Liz scurried off towards the stairs. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mom and Mommy returned to the phone, taking it off the speaker. They continued talking to Mr. Holden. You couldn't tell what about. You were glad that was the end of it all. Liz and Cove might not get along and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mom and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal. With that thought, you retreated to your room, your own room, with a spring in your step. Okay. Let's finish this game. What is happening? Okay. Let's have a long day. It was another scorching summer day, the kind where no sooner had you finished one cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and show. This didn't happen much, especially since Cole had arrived. Without Liz, for all the answers. It made you feel nothing. Shoal went along with whatever you wanted, so he wasn't a bother, but he also wasn't that much fun. He drained yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy, cold, and refreshing. Something sweet, something like ice cream. Nothing beat a classic creamy scoop of ice cream on a day like this. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look, your moms didn't keep sweets in the house. Outside, there were plenty of places that such goodies could be obtained, but they were shops and demand payment in exchange for their products. You sighed. As much as you really wanted that treat, it wasn't going to happen. What's wrong? I want an ice cream cone. Shallow, who had been draped over the sofa, perked up. That sounds good. We don't have any here, and I don't have any money. Oh, let me check if I have any. Shallow rummaged in his backpack and proudly proceeded an assortment of coins, plus one stray button. You set the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1. You announced this to Shallow. He had almost certainly come to the same conclusion, but he'd been watching you exponentially. It's not enough. It's a start. Shallow beamed at you. We'll need to find some more. Okay. The two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa and under furniture, and scored the back of drawers. Most of what you found was useless or gross. Bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust, and sandy crumbs. But every so often, one of you would strike silver or bronze and aid it to the growing pile of coins. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pulling your fine. Shiloh held his breath as you counted the coins once again. $2.53 and 2 buttons. You didn't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out. Is that enough? You figured he knew the answer without looking to you for confirmation, but the thrill of your success and the reward that would follow canceled out any other feelings you might have had about that. Yeah, you could now afford something at the shops, just one thing, but that was infinitely better than none. Shallow clapped his hands. Yay! The two of you dashed outside the promise of sugar void. You on to your destination where breathless, but happy. You stared at the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed funds to get the treat. He seemed to notice your pause. Aren't you getting an ice cream cone? Shiloh asked as though he was entirely separate from the decision, rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Shiloh cocked his head to the side. It was your idea. You should choose. This kid. Just sweetest thing. You went ahead and got what you wanted originally. You were thrilled that Shiloh wasn't going to be an obstacle between you and your original choice. I didn't even read the other choices. Without wasting another second, you exchanged cold, hard cash for equal cold, but maybe less hard desserts. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. You laughed at the soft ice cream and sweetness perked you up. You held it out to Shiloh so he could take a turn. He shook his head. You can finish it. He didn't want any. After everything he did to help get it. That was weird. Even if Shiloh said it was okay, every story you'd ever seen on TV or read in a book said that sharing was caring. You stood your ground even as the treat started to trickle dangerously towards your fingers. It's only fair that you have some. We both thought it. But you want it more than I do, and getting to play was a lot of fun already. So you can have it. It's more fair. You held it out to him. I want you to have some, even more than I want to finish it. So eat your part. Relenting, Shiloh took the treat and gave it a taste. His eyes lit up. It's really good. You smiled, pleased with your good deed. You picked the best one. Did he mean that? Shiloh was always nice, no matter what happened. Even if he hated it, you knew he wouldn't say so. Maybe he thought it was gross, and that's the real reason why he didn't want to take some. You had no idea. You studied him as he ate a little more. He had every appearance of enjoying himself. Still worried. Was that worried or weird? The two of you began to head back home as he ate it. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as if Shiloh didn't know how to say what he felt, or was too afraid to. Shiloh was the only person who acted that way around you, so it was him rather than something wrong with you. You could ask him about it, but if you couldn't give an opinion on something like that treat to get, then he wasn't going to open up about this. Shiloh made you unsure about setting label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been good times and there had been confusing ones. You were positive of one thing, at least. The treat was delicious and that was nice. The sun was low on the horizon as you returned into your neighborhood. There you spotted two very familiar figures up ahead, Liz and Cole. You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them just as you saw the tears on Cole's face. You walked straight over Shiloh at your heels. Once there, you without a time machine, the only way you were going to find out was by asking the witness. Liz might have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, or even come to Cole's aid. You wanted to hear the story. Cole, what happened?
Yori.
Hi, Yori. I got yelled at. He took a deep, steady, mean breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. Oh, sorry. Liz jerked her head in the direction of a nearby house. Your heart sunk. You knew exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You, Liz, and Shiloh knew to stay away from them, but Cole couldn't have. They're like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them. But the elderly pair practically took offense to kids. It didn't matter if they were really nice like Cove. Yeah, Liz said. Liz drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction. I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything I can do?
No.
I'm just gonna stay away. Or you could teach them a lesson. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. What? You should ding dong ditch them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're so slow. They'll never catch you. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again. You're saying that because you're a cluck chicken. Cole glared but didn't take the bait. Liz turned to you. You're not a chicken, are you? Can't tease you about being a chicken if you are in fact a chicken. Hunched over, you fold your arms to form wings and bat them up and down. Bok bok? Bok bok? Okay, yeah. Did that good. Did it good. For once, your sister seemed at a loss, but it didn't take long for her to regain her usual confidence. So you admit it. You continue to flap your arm wings as you circle your sister, clucking and all the while. There's no shame in a chicken being a chicken. Yeah. You're a chicken. Things were not going the way Liz expected. She fought against a laugh and looked for a way to restore her serious authority. You and Cole are both little chickens. Baka? Cole folded his arms, though the one with the cast wasn't as tightly tucked down, and joined you in the cheeping around, chirping. Okay. It was hard to cluck through the giggles that rose up when you saw him imitating a chicken, but you still both gave a first-class performance. The door to the old couple's condo flung open to reveal one of the culprits behind closed tears. You froze, wings raised. Can't you let anyone have a bit of peace and quiet? He must not be a fan of theater or farm animals, as well as kids. That was the only explanation for his outburst. I don't like how I said that. So just pretend you didn't hear me say it like that. Okay? Which was far louder than anything you and Cove had done. Gone! It! It was distinctly unfair, but Cove's lip was trembling, and you thought it would be best to heed his command. Liz took off, but Charlotte immediately trailing after her without as much as a glance back in your direction. So much for your friendship. You waved your arm at Cove, summoning him to follow you, and ran after Liz. The old man's hollers propelled you all from the street till the sanity, I think that's the word, whatever, of the hill. Only once you were safe did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache of your lungs. You flopped down the blades of grass tickling your face. Liz, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazily on the ground. The four of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feeling of cool grass against your skin. Hey, Cove. Cove lifted his head. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Cove rolled his eyes, then decided this wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his whole body away from your sister. Liz chose to ignore his response and started chatting to Shoal, who eagerly joined in the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew you'd be second fiddle again to Shiloh. Once Liz came around, it always went like that. You had been hoping the two of you might have become closer, but you had to let it go. How he was happy where he was. There were other things to attend to anyway. You wriggled closer to Cove. He had calmed down for the most part and was inspecting the flower. His fingers pinched the stem and tipped up the white petals towards him. That's a poppy. Cove glanced at you in acknowledgement, then back to the flower. And the type of poppies on this hill have the name white linden poppy. Mom told me. He quirked a smile. That's funny. He ran a finger around the edge of the petals. Doesn't feel like a cough. You'd need a lot of them to make anything. He nodded and released the delicate plant. Evolution complete. This is my favorite kind of flower, but I didn't know what it was called. Thanks. love sunflowers. It's mine too. I like roses. I'd pick tulips. Buttercups are really great. Orchids are the most special. My favorite is snapdragons. What? I like all flowers. I don't care about flowers. I only know what my mom tells me. Obvious answer right there. Type your own answer. I'm definitely using that once the full game comes out. I'm gonna pick tulips. My mom gets them on special days, and they look really nice. She's nice too. Yeah, and you're nice, like both of them. Thanks. You move onto your bag with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick you curled in under on. Oh, okay. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on cold, rainy days. You wondered if the clouds would be as soft. They lazily floated on by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. You saw a dolphin leaping through the sky. You nudged Cove and pointed. Look, a dolphin! Cove joined you in gazing skywards. Yeah, I see that. Really? No, but I like dolphins. Hey! He chuckled at your reaction. All the sun's light faded from the sky, and the moon rose higher. Liz got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs, and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest of the hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach. There was no argument from the other two. Shiloh was still Shiloh, and Cole would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea, you. So you eagerly joined the others in descending the hill down to the water. You stepped onto the sand for the second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour. Abandoned sandcastles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were the only indication of how busy it had been only hours earlier. The four of you kicked shoes off and removed socks and walked along the water's edge. The waves tickled your feet. I wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean with shampoo and everything. That would be bad for the fish.
Jeez.
I didn't say anyone would do it. Jeez. You don't have to be serious about everything. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It'll hurt the fishes. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious. You've never heard Liz use that word before. Mommy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She'll turn the lights off and have candles I'm gonna do that next time. Hey, when's your mom coming to pick you up anyway? Not for a while. She's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask somebody like that? Why would somebody want to talk about something they never talk about? Kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by waves, even if Shallow never seemed upset when this topic came up. It made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms. It's okay. I'm like Liz and Hayuri. I don't have a dad, but I don't have two moms. I just have one. It's really great. Oh, sorry. I only have one now, too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just my dad with me. I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom is gone. Cove nodded. Oh, you didn't say anything. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways. You joked about Shallow's mom getting together with Cove's dad. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, Cove couldn't muster a response. You don't think he truly disagreed, though. The silence broke with a splash as Liz kicked in your direction. Cold water and sudden sand splattered against her legs. Liz giggled, foot still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, striking the income waves to make a splash of his own. Shallow scurried out of Cove's spray zone with a grin. You were already too dirty and wet for comfort. Nothing that happened there would feel as good as getting dry. You got out of the water before anyone could catch you again. Perching on a rock, you scraped the wet sand from your legs as you watched the others. The sand came away in thick chunks at first, like clay, but where it had been thinner, it had already dried and clung to your skin. Cove and Liz were relentless, while Shiloh mostly just dodged. Ah! Shiloh's brief exclamation was drowned out by the biggest splash yet, caused by him falling face first into the ground. That would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. Shiloh sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming in from the rain as you all hurried over to check on him. His hair was plastered to his head and his soaked clothes clung. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. That was crazy. Are you okay? Haha, yeah. My foot got stuck and I fell over. Why? Way to go, Shallow. You Dumbo. Shallow didn't take your outstretched hand. After a moment, you dropped it. Liz was too busy snickering to notice and held her hand out to Shallow too. He reached over and took it. Slowly, he started to pull himself from the ground. Then he slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Liz down. in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over them. What were the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought they must be low, but there's no way Shiloh would be something like that on purpose. Would do something like that on purpose. Then pretend it was an accident, especially not to Liz. Even if your relationship with Shiloh felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Liz was his favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Liz extracted herself from the ground and whipped a strike of sand from her cheek. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Shiloh got up again as well, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cole laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. The four of you made the journey back home, leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake. Damp clothes may have weighed down some of the group, but your spirits were high. Your arms swung side to side as a cool breeze followed past. Your moms were outside chatting to Cole's dad. "We're back." Your mom's faces fell as they took in the state you all were in, ranging from messy to soaked. Elizabeth, is that all that you have to say for yourself? You brought half the beach bags with you. They certainly did. What's Marigold going to do when she comes to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home? Cold and filthy? Liz's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but it also meant she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cole's matted hair. You've been out making memories, bucko. I'm glad you had a good time with your friends. Cole used his slightly moist cast arm to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed even that had gotten wet. Now he was worried too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time and had just as much fun. That might be right. Kids, what can you do? Come on, Cove. Let's go get you cleaned up and dried off. We wouldn't want that cast to have to be reset. Cove winced at the thought.
Okay.
Data boy. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked Cove up off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sand was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble.
Take care.
Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Night, Nekuma family, and Shiloh too. Resigned to his fate, Cove twisted his body in his dad's arms in order to turn around and wave goodbye. Smiling, he waved back. Good night. Well, we'd better do what we can to fix you guys up, too. Come Come on, everybody inside. I want you to march straight to the downstairs bathroom. Yes, Mom. Okay, Liz's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do much good tonight. Sitting on an old beach towel your mom had found, you waited in the hall until you were less sandy. You weren't allowed to go to your room or walk around the house, but you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. It felt like an indoor picnic. It had been decided that Shiloh would wash first and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Miss Fields had come to collect him a little while ago. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without that hat on for once. Liz being much more soaked than you got to go in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she had hoped. This was a no fun allowed clean obsession. At least that's what she claimed. Not much longer and it would be your turn. When the bath was done, you'd have to go right to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to any other events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. Two more. Let's get her done. Can't believe I just said that. Okay. Let's get her done. Come back before it gets dark, alright, sport? The familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you'd been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. It reminded you of when you first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cove to be friends with him. So. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe you made a noise because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You've got to learn how to be more sneaky. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two smiling at Cove first, and then his dad.
Yuri!
Hi, Yuri. Hi.
Hey.
Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today? Hi, Yuri. Taking a walk. I found a pretty cool snail across the road. There's lots of snails around here. Bear back. Be right back. I need some more water. Yeah, I'm still singing. back. Okay. Whew. Got more water. Shh, it's our secret. Mr. Holden grinned at Kylie. Why this is our secret? It's supposed to be something we kill with everybody. Okay? It's hard. Alright. Anyway, Mr. Holden grinned at you kindly. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cole, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun. You know, Cole was about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with him? You gave a ready nod, turning to squint. Nothing's better than food and games. Okay? Food and games. I got it. Wash it. Okay. You gave a ready nod, turning to squint in the direction of the stores, like you could see the goods they had to offer all the way from where you stood. Oh, is that okay?
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Great.
Great. I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. We found it odd, since your moms only ever seem to have cards in theirs. Here. He leaned in to pass a crisp tin to Cole, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend, too. Sure. That's my boy. Cole's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up. The bill in his hand still held out towards the green-haired boy. Take care. Cole accepted the bill after a second and slipped into his pocket. Then, with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. Cole strayed towards the gentle tide creeping up the sand, and you fell into place beside him. I need more water. Or I guess, I just need to drink more of that. It was a nice day. The sun was shining and there were many clouds in the sky. The wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of the salt and ocean air. When you looked at Cole, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes stretched the ground intentionally. Cole startled a little at the sound of your voice and mumbled, sort of. If you see any, you can let me know. You could manage that. You dropped your view to the sand, walking carefully so you don't step on any. You were good at finding shells. You have a lot of them at home. You always found new ones whenever you visited the beach. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise. And you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. It rustled in, you having to run up the sand quickly. When a wave rushed in, more than a few times. I need a new sand pail. Yeah? What happened to your older one? Cove narrowed his eyes, seeming to think deeply for a second.
Whoa.
It disappeared. What, really? Cove ducked his head down, lacing his fingers behind his neck. It didn't seem like he was going to continue, so you nudged his arm. How did that happen? Well, Cove opened his mouth, then shut it again, considering. I took it to the beach one day. When I got home, it wasn't anywhere. You left it there? Nope. It wasn't at the beach when I went back. And you lost it. It disappeared.
So...
What about you? What do you do out here? Summer, Liz and I built one that was as tall as me. And sometimes they have sandcastles, building competitions down by the boardwalk. Cool, I bet you could win. He smiled at Cove. Maybe the two of you would build one together one day. couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he did, how he'd done it. There was light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of the tied down it to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin instead of being a normal circle. And one for your friend too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow. Now you were really grateful. He chose you. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card, any card. My uncle does that every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with the cards. Poe spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designed for him. Poe is just ruining the fun. Let's not say that. At least you had fun. You had a fun time. You wondered if Poe family was magic. If so, he was lucky. Crowd started to clear some. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed to the side there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. These are cool. You shifted your balloon, staring to your other hand, so you could bring the mysterious tunnel to your eye. A whole plate of colors appeared right in front of you, spinning into all kinds of different shapes. Twisted the end of the tube. Cove picked one up and looked through, twisting the tube at the end. After a second, he set it back on the rack, moving to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. He nodded, and he smiled back at him, happy to hear it. The Cove moved towards some stalls nearby and followed beside him. While Cove looked at sand pails, you were drawn to a table with colorful keychains laid out on it. They were in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read "Handmade," standing proudly in front. There were lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, a turtle. You picked up the dolphin. Your hand stopped on the dolphin, so similar to your balloon now. It was made of a bright material that caught sunlight when you picked it up. You remembered once seeing a pod of dolphins that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself too. I was always gonna give you something. I already got the money for it. He smiled, pleased to have things work out. It was nice of Cole's dad to let Cole buy something for you too. You have to remember to thank him next time you saw him. After Cole paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side, the balloon dolphins knocking together, spiraling around in the air. You watched Cole hold up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey Cole, yeah? Thank you. It's nice. Cole looked further down the street where different food carts were lined up. He rested his downcast arm over his stomach, and just as he did, yours let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all of this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. You two wandered around a short while, looking at all the delicious delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious. And as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted, whatever, over to you, your stomach growled even louder. After packing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. You got something sweet and cinnamon, and Cole got something sweet and cinnamon. Got one with cheese. Got one with sprinkles. Got one with chocolate. You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed your pretzel ready to take a big bite. Your moms didn't like you to eat too much sugar, but this was a special occasion. The little cup of icing looked too delicious to pass on. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down. These balloons are going to make it hard to eat. Cole placed his bucket on the table as he stared at his still balled up hand, that was wrapped around this string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know. After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cole's hand and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist.
Oh.
Cole bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around but remain attached, he smiled, satisfied. Can you do it for me? He repeated the ritual code, struggled somewhat to detach, restricting his fingers on one hand and streaking the already tangled the other.
Okay.
Got it. The two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork. Both hands now free to allow easy munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste on your tongue with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. After a time, you finished your pretzel. You were done before code. It was boring not having anything to do. Pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level. Then you held the dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. If you turned the face towards the beach, it almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. When he glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining part of his pretzel on the rack, and he was grinning, gripping his dolphin too. No one is looking, she transformed back into her true alien self. She has purple skin and 10 eyes. You sighed, wishing you could meet the real life Ed. What's yours? Cove considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. With the loud pop, the dolphin exploded into ribbons. Oh no! For a second, all Cove did was gape in shock like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears start to glisten.
Yuri.
Maybe the amazing Alexander is still here. I'm sure he'll give you another one if we tell him what happened. After a long second, Cove gave a tiny nod of his head. The two of you wandered up and down the street, but you saw no sign of the amazing Alexander. Finally, you were forced to give up. Still, it seemed to lift Cole's spirits, and that was good. Passing the coast of Balloon was the last major event of your adventure. In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. We separated on the beach, and while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset, fiddling. It took me so long to say that. With your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to its close. It had been a good one, except for the sad final note and the final episode. The final chocolate bar.
All right.
Tonight we're going to catch fireflies. At this blunt decoration from your sister, you looked up from your macaroni and cheese dinner. Fireflies were a familiar sight over summer, coming out on warm nights to dance through the sky. Tonight was particularly slimy. You knew there were bound to be a ton of them. Oh, you are? Are you? A grin curved your lips as you started to eat, a bit faster, excited for what was to come. It seemed like you were too excited. However, as you started to choke and cough your food from shoveling it down so quickly, Mommy reached over to pat you on the back firmly, helping to dislodge the noodles and enable you to breathe again. Oops. That's a good idea. Liz, can we miss not Shiloh tapped his fork against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Liz. It was usually for Shiloh to still be here, like always. His mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. But normally she would have picked him up by now. Call before dinner to let your moms know she'd be late. You didn't hear why, probably more work things. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Shiloh for longer is what made Liz want to keep running around outside. Staying at home and watching TV was never an option for her with guests over. That's why you were pretty sure she'd get your moms to agree. Well, it's already so dark out there. Liz gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning mac and cheese into her mouth while you waited there for their response. Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look, then Mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes. Along with Liz's cheers, you threw your arms up in triumph, but waited until you finished chewing to say anything because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth full. Anyway,
Fine.
Fine. Just make sure you stay on the hill behind our house with all the pockets, okay? Duh, Mom. That's where most of them are. The idea had only just been planted in your head, but already you could just picture all the glowing lights spread out in front of you, like fairies from the bedtime stories Mommy read sometimes. All too quickly, it became a race to see who could finish their food first. No choking at the dinner table now. That's right. If someone died, we'd have to cancel the Firefly trip after all. She looks too excited. She looks way too excited about that. The way she said it. She's way calm. Mom said it like a joke, but you knew that they were both telling you kids to slow down. No, you knew that they were not joking. Look at them, so calm. Well, she's calm. She's like, keep eating that food like that, you're going to bed. You won't be able to go outside. Shiloh did immediately. When you glanced at Liz, you saw her still eating faster than she should. Elizabeth,
Jeez.
no one is gonna die. Sheesh. Now look at her. She's concerned. She's so concerned. She's about to whoop her butt. Look at that face. Okay. A knock on the door interrupted Mom before she could, no doubt, scold your sister. I'll get it. Your big sister jumped out of her seat and ran over to the door, pulling it open without even looking out the window to see who it was.
What?
Huh? You shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse of the unexpected guest.
Hi.
Good evening, Cove. Your mommy had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Shiloh's floppy hat. Oh, Cove. Hi. You're here. Cove smiled at your enthusiastic greeting, and you hoped Mommy would ask him to stay. It didn't matter why he was there. It meant he could join you all in catching fireflies. Then, for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked up at your mommy with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off because I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver from out of his large side pockets. Eyes now dropped to the floor. We left ours back home when we moved. Great, thanks. Bye. Thank you. Here, why don't you come inside for a day? Liz crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged and Mom stood from the table, too. I'll give your dad a call to let him know you got here all right. Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind him. Hi, Cove. Shiloh gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by, holding up his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. You could see Liz eyeing you for mentioning the excursion whatever, to an excursions to an outsider, but she'd get over it. You hoped Cove would say yes. That way you wouldn't be the odd one out with Liz and Shallow anymore.
Yeah.
I can do that. I've never caught one before. It's too bad he didn't even have a chance before now. The Fireflies weren't out when he first moved in. The Fireflies weren't out when he first moved in, and there must not have been any where he used to live. We can't go until after dinner. After she pointed this out, Liz walked back to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove stepped closer and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. My dad and I ate earlier. What did you have? Eggs. Clipped. One word answer. Seemed to discourage Shallow from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Her phone call with Cove's dad must have ended because your mom came back into the room.
Okay.
Cove, your dad said you can stay for a little while if you'd like, but he's going to come get you before it gets too much later. Sure. Oh, fun. This will be so nice. As you polished off the meal, you hoped it would be too. The three of you all finished eating shortly after and Liz led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far. It's fine, Mom. Shiloh trailed so closely after Liz, he was nearly stepping on her heels. Cove hesitated at the door. Coming. After a moment, he did.
Bye.
Bye, children. The two of you were a good. I just realized the reason why the moms were staring at each other at the table. Let that sink in. They said yes to them going outside for a reason. So they could be alone. The moms could be alone. It makes sense. Boom. Right there. Anyway, the two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind this. And Shiloh, you know what? How about we do save? Like that. We're gonna do a save. The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Liz and Shiloh. By the time you walked outside, you pushed the door shut behind you. watching their figures get further and further away.
Come on.
You're so slow, Hayuri. We don't have all night. You started to run when you heard Liz's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Code still walking at a relaxed pace. I feel like I'm exercising a lot of vocal. You fell behind, sidelining up next to him and matching his stride. You noticed right away. You can go ahead if you want. You smile and shook your head. I don't. After a short while, the two of you reached the hill behind the house. The fireflies were out in full force, floating on the breeze, their gentle glow, winking in and out and creating an almost magical effect. Liz had already climbed to the top. Shiloh was spinning in circles somewhere around the middle. Wow. Shiloh took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Hey guys, it's really great out, huh? See how many there are? Yeah. The firefly danced through the air, landing on Ko's sea green head. The little bug was spooked when you waved a hand towards it, glittering in front of Ko's nose for a moment or two before darting away. Ko let out a surprise sound, then followed after the glow. Oh look, Liz has one. That's amazing. Shiloh ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. He hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to the dozens of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. Spotting one close by you, approaching it with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem like less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept up towards it, arms outstretched. Excuse me. You close your hands around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. Firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny legs tickled your skin, and you giggled at the sensation. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it, his pink cast waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clap his hands around the firefly. Cove watched it vanish into the thin air with a dissatisfied expression on his face. Hey, wanna see the one I got? Cole gave one more look in the direction of his lost prize before coming closer and peering at the insect still crawling held out your hand, and he leaned closer, eyes widening a tad behind his glasses. Cove remained hypnotized by the little bug as he inched his hand closer to yours. Ultimately, he settled his fingers lightly over top of the ones you were holding. Open. It tingled. The last thing you wanted was to accidentally scare the shiny treasure off. The firefly, noticing the new connection, crawled up onto Cole's hand. He quietly gasped. It worked. Yeah, you got one. Cole's lips turned up into a slow smile, and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. Brighter than the bug. Man. Thanks, Hayuri. With a laugh, he gave the palm of your hand a friendly smack, performing an awkward low five. Startled by the extreme movement, the tiny light disappeared before you could even blink. Your firefly was gone.
Sorry.
Oops, sorry. That's okay. I couldn't keep it forever. Right, bugs have to stay outside. Let's get another. We can work together. His face broke out into a wide grin. We'll get a bunch. With renewed vigor, you ran out into the hill. You're not sure how much time passed while you were in the thick of it. All you could focus on was the adventure at hand. No critter was safe from your grasp. At first, you tried to keep a tally of how many you had caught, but once the number grew higher than 10, you had more fingers left to count with. You were having the time of your life, racing up and down the hill with the crash of the ocean and the sound of everyone's laughter echoing in the background. Hayuri, this way! You followed the sound of Cole's voice to the top of the hill, watching as he stretched his arms in front of him, reaching with his fingers and only narrowly missing his target. Cove and you took turns trying to scare fireflies in the direction of the other. You showed him some techniques that you had learned, like how to cup your hands correctly, and he listened attentively before trying to for himself. There were a few times when you almost ran into each other, giggling as you dove to the side at the last moment. Luckily, disaster was avoided each time. It was an overall huge success with both of you, catching multiple fireflies each. Eventually, the fireflies began to thin out, and your energy started to elapse. You decided it was time to call off the hunt. Cove didn't complain. He breathed in heavily, and his face seemed really flushed. That was fun, a lot of fun. You smiled at him, borderly, happy that he had enjoyed the activity. Yeah, it was. Hayuri, Cove, get up here. We're gonna have a race. The shouting caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you heard from Liz and Shiloh. You glanced over to see them both standing on top of the hill again. Liz beckoning to you with quick hand gestures. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went from corner of your eye, you saw Cove was coming as well. He didn't care for Liz a lot, so you thought he might be intrigued by the idea. Hi, hi, Cove. You can't roll down the hill. You could hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. As Liz pointed this out, Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down at his cast. That was the second time it got in the way tonight. What?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important. Got it? I guess. The cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Liz might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else the referee, but it was already decided.
Why?
Really? Why? You don't have to. You moved beside him on the top of the hill, even though Liz eyed you and made a face. That's not how races work. We only need one referee. Shrugging your shoulders, you refuse to budge, and Liz let out a huff before throwing her hand in the air. Fine, I'll be the winner, whether you join or not. Liz moved to lay down, and Shiloh did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point, and you stood next to him. Countdown. Cove stood up a little straighter. It seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duty seriously. 3, 2, 1, go! Liz and Shiloh took off, letting gravity do the work and rolling at high speed towards the bottom of the hill. You and Cove leaned forward to watch them go, eyes peeled for which of the two would reach the bottom first. They were both neck and neck until about halfway down the hill, Liz started to veer off the side, giving Shiloh a huge advantage. She obviously hadn't noticed a thing, and as soon as Shiloh reached the bottom of the hill, he jumped up excitedly and threw his hands in the air. I won! Almost immediately, he fell back into the grass, still dizzy from his roll down the hill. Liz stomped out of the bush. She had ended up him, fluttering angrily and brushing leaves from the front of her dress. Not bad. You got lucky. Let's do it again and see who wins for real. Kids, it's time to come in. No! You snickered, feeling grateful you hadn't been a part of the mini debacle. You caught Cole's eyes and saw that he was doing the same. It had gotten late and was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills, but the cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. The four of you walked back home together, side by side, down your neighborhood street, discussing the evening with each person, trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. You knew that whoever really did catch the most didn't matter much anyway. All that mattered was that you all had a good time, which, judging by the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. And let's go to summer's ending. Yes, let's move to the next stamp. Okay. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your moms, Liz and Cove, as the five of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we are so dull. Let's get out more. Hey, he didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out? Because I know that's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Liz, dear. There's all kinds of magic in the world. Liz gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since we started home. He didn't look upset though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Liz immediately let out a groan. What am I doing? Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Mom looked down at you with a sigh, and you collapsed your hands together to give your plea some extra appeal. We'll help with dinner tomorrow. You immediately nodded in agreement with the very clever offer, shifting closer to Liz since your parents can't possibly resist the power of you two combined. Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. Liz made her case and then stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicking her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well, oh come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory.
Okay.
All right. But as soon as dinner's ready, okay, I want y'all to watch this, okay? Watch when dinner is ready, okay? Watch. Watch. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside, understand? Understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You grinned at Cove and nudged as his arm with your elbow. Cove gave non-committal shrug to your mom, which you took as an agreement. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at Tins and Trinkets. Oh, or maybe the playground or the fireflies would probably be coming out right now. Liz looked over at you, narrowing her eyes like she was very seriously contemplating the answer to that question. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Liz huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself. Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Liz said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mother's had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I've lost the plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Liz didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return. He made a little gesture that you interrupted as, "Follow me," and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something he quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back, then tossed it out into the water. You were impressed over how far he got it to go. It sailed way out into the sea. It wasn't a long throw, but he didn't care to try for that. The rock sunk, kind of, like a rock, and fell back down, almost right. Nothing really. You tilted your head, wondering over the sudden pensive look on his face. Just thinking. About what? Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were forward, and there was a frown on his face. It's not fair. I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. I was jet skiing. You beamed at him. You had never gone jet skiing, but you'd seen others do it all the time from the shore. It looked impressive. Cove looked at a little taken aback by your outburst, but after a second, he gave a small nod. He then continued to explain. I crashed. He gestured to his arm as if to say, and this was the result. It's hard to believe you're allowed to jet ski.
Whoa.
I'm not. Oh. Cove let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic of change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Liz. My dad said something about that. Cool. You're going to like it. Everyone's super nice. You'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that this old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
You never had to move before, but you thought you could understand if you had to go to a new school all of a sudden with all new people. You'd probably be dreading it too. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay, I'll see you later. Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right. Cove wanted to go back to his old home, the one that sat waiting someplace far from here, the one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. He settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. What do I choose? Da-dum, da-dum, da-da-da-da-da-da. Do I choose? Do you hate it here? Try how she feels. Cove's brow forward even more. Then he shook his head. He felt a rush of relief fill you. You liked having Cove here. It would be sad if he had been miserable the whole time. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around. The question was a little surprising. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that would be fun. Cove smiled, then looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually, that I'd feel better then. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. He spread a glance over to Cove and see the anger had slipped off his face in for favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember a long time ago when you'd first started going to school. You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day, to listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you'd never met before. Things change. Things changing is hard. You're not quite sure what to say to that, so instead you reach out and take hold of Cole's hand. The one closest to you is the one in his cast. So you made sure you were very gentle. As you watched, Cole's eyes got a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before them. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You will. It will. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You definitely try to help in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things there, Cove. Things here, Cove probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought. You started a bit, you stared. You started a bit when you heard a faint familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realized it was probably time for dinner. Time had really gone by fast. You stood and dusted sand off of yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cole looked up at you. Expression screaming, reluctant, yet ultimately okay. When you smiled, Cole returned with one of his own.
Yori.
Thanks.
Thanks.
It was nice where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the two of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. In between. Okay. Our life tutorial time. Welcome to the next leg of your journey and the final mini guide. The summer of childhood over your own excuse me. Just women, folks. Research. Oops. That's the whole thing. Fix it. Fix it. I fixed it. Welcome to the next leg of your journey and the final mini guide with the summer of childhood over your way to step 2. Now that your character has grown some, you will be able to change your details and alter your relationship with code. Exciting. First, you'll get to update your character's details on the character creation screen. Most appearances based aspects most appearance based accepts your pronouns and your first name can be updated if you choose. We're not changing the name. The only parts that can't be switched are the last name, eye color, and skin tone. Okay. Any changes you make to your character will have gradually occurred over the years that have passed since the last step. Once step 2 actually begins, everyone will already be used to the way things developed. For example, if your character now wears glasses when they didn't before, you will have had the glasses for some time before the events of step 2. Wearing glasses will be considered a regular part of life rather than a brand new occurrence. When choosing your relationship for step 2, you can't reduce how much you like code. The relationship can only get closer or stay where it is now. If you're crushing on code already, you won't be able to change your interest level because crush is the highest option for step 2. After you've set everything up for the next step, a small interlude will play that gives some insight on what has happened over the years between step 1 and step 2. Some of the content is unchangeable. Other pieces will be different based on what you've chosen throughout the story. Step 2 is also the point where Cole will begin showing custom traits. The way he looks, how he acts, and what preferences he has can begin shifting in different directions. After choosing your own character's details, you will have the option to design Cole in terms of personality, appearance, both, or neither. The appearance option will allow you to choose the hairstyle, glasses, full casual outfit, pajama, shirt, and jacket that appear on Cole in the upcoming step. Certain options won't be available unless you have certain DLCs. This isn't in the demo build. Other outfits such as his swimsuit only come in one version and aren't customizable. The personality option will let you choose where he falls along a warm mixed cold spectrum and a studio's mixed sporty spectrum. If the code creator is not released, you will get a code that's based on the choices you made during the prior step. Making your own perfect code or going with the one that developed over the course of childhood or both, wonderful choices. Do whatever works best for you. We just hope you will enjoy who he is and the relationship you create together. Have fun. Okay, we can't change her hair. We can't change her hair color or the eye color. I'm not changing her name, so I'm not gonna change her hair. I guess we can change how long her hair is. the back of the hair look like? That's the question. No, we're not gonna go through that. Let's go through this one. Pigtails. No. We're not pigtails. She has earrings. Does that match? Even a little bit. Okay. I don't know what to say here. Let's do long hair in the back. Short. Like that. Okay. Yeah. No acne. can change his appearance. Okay. I don't want to change his hair. He should wear glasses. Or she should wearing glasses. Yes. Oh my god. I love that shirt. Let's do shirt number 2. Yes, Boo, you're gonna be matching. Okay. Let's keep it short. Let's keep it short. Okay, same. No glasses. Yeah. Keep the hair the same. The glasses. Oh my god. No! No! What the fuck am I doing? I'm mad now. I'm mad. I'm mad. I wanted to go through all of it. I'm mad. I'm like mad. I'll have to, if I quit. I'm mad. I want to cry. I might just play it all over again. Like, no shit. I'm mad. I'm upset. I'm upset. I can't wait till this game comes out because I might get upset. Because I didn't save that. I'm mad. I'm upset. Clearly I'm upset. I wanted to do the personality thing. Ooh. Okay. Upset. There need to go back. There needs to be a backwards thing, like for real. I'm mad. Come on. Can we go back to that? I didn't finish. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna read it. August ended. Man, I'm not over it. Okay, August ended. Shut the fuck up. August ended. September began. It was time to go back to school. Liz groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to class. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cole felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign. Cole would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was. I'm mad. I don't even want to read this anymore. I'm mad. No, I'm mad. He was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids, from what he saw anyway. Whenever he could, Cole stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much that what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. Sometimes it was like things were exactly the same as you and you. I'm mad. Why does it smell like someone's burning the house now? It literally smells like someone's burning the house now. Darren's probably cooking. I don't know. I can't wait till this game comes out. I'm gonna be saving so much. For those of you who is just joining the chat or joining my stream, I'm playing Our Life Begins All and Always. You can play the demo version right now. Just remember to save a lot. Okay. Like a lot. Just save a whole lot. Like I'm really upset right now. I forgot to save. I saved, but then I saved over the other thing, this part. I wasn't even trying to do that, honestly. Okay. I've been streaming for almost 3 hours. 4. This is a long demo. I love it. Okay. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were snuggled up in bed celebrating your time off by sleeping in. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it to intrude on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion from beneath the blanket. You heard the door crack open. You're still sleeping? Wow. Get up. By the impatient tapping of her foot, you could tell she hadn't left. Get up now. Get up now. Yeah, that's better. I will come over there. So much for a lazy morning. Your special boy is at the door, like he always is now. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him. Say thanks or whatever. You did not like the way she called him your special boy, but you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her. So calm down already. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high, yawning, time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. You had trouble getting your reflection to appear in the mounted mirror frame. Are you calling me short? You were even smaller than Derek. I'm not gonna say it. People were always surprised to find out you and Cove were the same age, considering the almost comical height difference. Liked your height. I like my height. It suited you well in your mind. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words quipped your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, going down the stairs 2 steps at a time. Step 2. Second chance. You spotted mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was pursuing through. Morning, Mom. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Good morning, Hyrie. Thank you for coming down. Maze at the door was Cove. He can't stay over today. Unfortunately, why don't you go and thank him before he leaves. He nodded in a major way to the front door of the house. Just as she said, May was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh.
Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. May reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was short for an adult, but she still needed to lower her hand pretty far to do so. That type of smile, affectionate exchange was nice. She placed the whole of her hand on top of your head for a second before lifting it back up. Ah, you're the last one down today. You know that? Funny. I don't think that excuse will work if you're late for anyone other than your own mother, though. With a small laugh, May stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him too, B. Oh my God. Look how cute he is. Okay, I'm done. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as the longer strands of his hair idly drifted with the breeze. Okay. So adorable. His features were pinched in embarrassment and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much talked about gift. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cole's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. Couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. At the sight of you, Cove smiled, but there was some nervousness to it. Hey, you smiled back. You couldn't keep thinking to when you first met Cove and how you became such good friends. Lately, though, you were starting to have different feelings for him. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
You too. His grip on the base of the gift tightened and your heartbeat sped up. Even if neither of you had spoken about it, both of you were aware something new was growing in your relationship. Oh, shit. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to spend together and explore. That was developing. This awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, and so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was already to be relieved of it. Your hands brushed over his just slightly when you took hold of the gift base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainly that he noticed it happened. Okay. You couldn't help but smirk to yourself. And with that, the gift was accepted. I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so, anyway. Okay. He smiled earnestly. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. Okay, I'm not trying to be. Just thank my dad for all this, okay? Oh, he's nervous. Is he shaking a little? That's so cute. Okay. Ha ha ha. Sure thing. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had. Though after 5 years you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. Sometimes that could be a good thing, and other times it was a bad thing. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look with Cove as one. Both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. You hadn't expected to see Derek today, though you never really knew when he'd appear. Oh, he's so cute and small. After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Oh, he's like a little turtle. Okay. Then he looked up. Then he looked up with a wide grin. Hey, guy and gal. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Hayuri's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home? Or are you always just there? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Excuse me. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure. Then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This is kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit. Nice. Can I have some? Derek pouted at your words, not hiding his disappointment. Okay. Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kind kid here in Sunset Beach, heard. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him? Nope. I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked slowly. You looked over to your long-time neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove, when you first got here anyway. It kind of does, doesn't it? That's weird. sounded almost found a small smile playing on his lips. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well now that you say so. But what do you say? Let's go find Coast look-alike. We should all meet him. I'll do it. Sure. I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic, why I say that? Erratic? There we go. That's much better. Erratic movements and scrunched up expressions. He came off angry. You were curious about him and what he was so mad about. Derek must have felt the same as you. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey guy, over there, over here. Oh God, okay. The kid whipped around an impressive skull, carving deeper into his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong, hostile energy still radiating from him.
What?
Excuse you? What is it? The sharp tones made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it? No, I'm Derek. That's how you're in Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course. I knew it. What?
My parents.
They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own? Right. My dad brings me to Sunset Bird too. When he has to come for work and all that stuff, it's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. The way Cole was looking at this dude like, I'm about to beat your ass. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation, probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time. Chore. My parents' family is nearby, and we just had to come see them. Ugh. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves since they cared so much and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be by myself. Makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid. I'm the kid. Okay. You shouldn't talk about your parents like that. Sorry, it must suck being forced to do something you don't want. We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining to us. At us. Calm down. Don't have to yell so much. Who peed in your cereal this morning? Okay. Who peed in your cereal this morning? Oh my god. Look at Cole's face. He's so sad. I literally would say that. Who peed in your cereal this morning? Okay. I think last time I picked that I kept quiet. But this time I want to pick something else, okay? About your parents like that. Yeah. What do you know about my parents? Have you met them? No. What the fudge? Some parents are criminals. But I guess us brainless children have to be nice. Being rude to a parent is the worst thing in the world. That's not what I meant.
So dumb.
Close enough. You be their kid. You be their kid. I'll take your mom and dad. Only someone with really easy parents would be dumb enough to say something so stupid. Hey. Hayuri is not dumb. I have two moms. Parents are great, and you can't have them. Smarter than you are. These comebacks. I should have said the last one. Let's not give him more fuel like that by saying I have two moms. How about we kill him with some kindness? I knew it. So obvious. You turned the cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must have had good hearing, though, because he caught the private exchange and scuffed.
Stupid.
Ugh. Of course. We're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Cove checks, cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. Come on. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? Yep. It's embarrassing and awful. But my parents made me. I won't have to have it when I'm older. Lord Jesus. I don't know what he's gonna do with those things, except maybe shave them off. You probably should. I bet he'd look less dumb with no eyebrows. You only wanted to spook him. No, let me take it back. He was the one who started things. You were ready to end them. He made it clear that words wouldn't work, leaving you to resort to action. You weren't sure what would happen, but you couldn't let this stand. Derek and Cove jumped in to stop you before you reached him. They each grabbed you by the arm. Still, Jeremy instinctively stumbled backwards. He practically fell over. Jeremy, if that's all you can do about what I'm saying, it's just proving I'm right. You're brainless. You were annoyed. The other two were against you. And you were he's not talking back. You were annoyed. The other two were against you on this and got in the way. Though the reaction you had been able to get was still worth it. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only traded Derek's words in a nasal voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and sculled away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Oh yeah, I can't wait to get this game. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. He followed, and Cole did too shortly afterwards. There wasn't much else to do. This sucks. I was hoping we could meet someone fun, hang out maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to give with a hopeless expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point right at the fruit arrangement that you were still holding. You'd completely forgotten about it during the mini drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the wait. Glancing over to Cole, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. He sagged, still staring at the glistening fruits, but he didn't insist further. Yeah, it is a gift for the Nekula family after all. They should be the ones who get to have it. Sorry for asking. It's fine. Quite once more descended upon your group. Cove turned towards the ocean and a peaceful expression on his face. Hey, you two remember the land before time? The fruit thing makes me think of it. Thanks for all. Like the leaves, tree stars. Yeah, chopping leaves looked as delicious when they did. Sorry. Me too. Derek didn't say anything further about dinosaurs or otherwise for the next few minutes. The three of you watched the waves crash onto the shore. Hey, Hayuri? Yeah? To We're both crazy people. You knew when Derek said things like that it wasn't serious. He liked you and Cole. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with the content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? I mean, it just feels like there's a lot to plan for. And what about you, Cove? Are you ready? Yes. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered. Hey, hi Yuri. You glanced over and your shoulder to see your sister. She stored closer and closer, appearing not too pleased. I've been looking over for you. May said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden bought us. She leered over you with arms folded. So where is it? It's fine, it's right here. You turned your body to face her and held up the bouquet, proving that it was in one piece. She inspected the fruit arrangement with a small frown. Alright, it's good. But if all you're doing is sitting around, you better take it back to the house now. It's not just for you. She grinned tauntingly, slyly, glancing at Cole, who sat right beside you. Even if you are the one person who counts to the delivery boy, this was up to his dad. It seemed everybody was in a mood to tease you and Cole today. Within moments, Cole cheeks flushed red. He picked at the hem of his shirt, suddenly finding it very interesting. He always become nervous when Elizabeth would strike at our relationship. Keep going. This wasn't okay just because you hadn't done anything yet. Oh no, I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around. What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. You ran. Without a word, you two got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes. You're so immature. So she shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped and shall live to see another day. Yeah, for now, at least. Exactly, but we should keep moving. Victory! My moms are going to be so mad when Elizabeth tells the story. Still worth it though. You chuckled together, walking forth down the beach side by side. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. You had gotten a bit of a talking to for running off with the gift twice, even though you hadn't eaten any of it. But Elizabeth was also asked to be a bit more patient in the future. In the end, the four of you had split the bouquet after dinner, and the event was fully resolved. That was a whole while ago. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited for your gaze trained on the call. You were waiting on a call. Oh shit, I need it? Okay, we're gonna save this. Yes. What the hell? This is almost over. Just so you know. No, we're gonna finish it. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin. I'm not gonna say her name. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. So guys, I'm gonna take a break and go eat dinner, and I'll see you guys in a second. know that I changed my shirt. Okay? Okay. Just so y'all know. It's like, let's get home and get comfy tonight. Okay? That's what time it is. Seeing as we're near the road of completion with the demo, I'd like to let you guys know that sometime next month I'm gonna get this game, and I'm gonna get another package for Sims 4, and I'm also going to get a game for my sister as well. Okay, let's get back into this shit. Okay. A while back, though, they moved and were closer to you. Oh yeah, I'm the keto diet. So I didn't eat nothing. I went downstairs, I looked in the fridge, I looked at it was prepared and everything. They moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's gonna come. She's gonna want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth. Too, but now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together. I might drink some coffee after this. And please okay. I might put my PSN in my about. That'll be fun to play with you guys. She was your only friend who was a girl. Being family helped make you close, but you had a lot of you weren't all that close with any girls your age, but you had plenty of other friends. They just all happened to not be girls. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver, and the mic's on. Announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressed it to your ear. Necumi resident Tayuri speaking. Greeted by a distraught, high-pitched giggle. Save. Yes, because it's thundering. Okay. Why do you sound so weird? Mom answers the phone like that sometimes. I'm supposed to be polite. You should go with hi. That was something a robot would say. There was static. if Lee was shifting wherever was the chair she was. So can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hang out, Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room. Oh yeah. You got up from your seat and at the counter. Luckily the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which was why you'd been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. Your mom's could be really unfair. You thought that made sense. Oh shit, why did I do that? But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You jogged up the stairs, taking two at a time, smiling. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here. Cool. Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? Good. Yeah, I'm gonna get that coffee. The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I wish they'd change their mind. We could call each other every single day and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? We could even stay up late talking about whatever we want. Lee sighed thoughtfully into the receiver. At least they said I could have it someday. I can't wait. She sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college. Squeezing the phone between her shoulder and ear, puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfortable. It was strange to think of the time when normal school would be over and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to a college. School was such a big part of your life right now. Studying didn't come easy to you, though you tried hard. You worked about as hard as most people and got pretty average results as well. You never tried much, but you still didn't do that bad. You didn't bother at all in school and your grades reflected that. Yeah. Everything in your classes came easily to you. You worked hard for your excellent grades. Let's do this one. You guessed that was reasonable enough. You felt a lot of pressure to get higher grades than you did last year. You hoped to do just as well this year, but it wouldn't be a big deal if they dropped some. No. You were confident your grades would remain great. Yeah, do that. You could definitely turn things around from here on. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the same season. You sound so spacey. What's up? I'm saving because it's thundering, and I'm trying to hurry and I'm rushing myself, basically. What's up? Just thinking about school. groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. Looking forward to going back. Let's make a petition for more vacation. Yeah, everybody in class would sign it. Maybe some of the teachers too. Though I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school is out. It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anybody new. No one really comes here. Cafeteria lunches at my school could. Lucky, mine's boring. I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught the things, not just some people. Me too. There was all sorts of sports stuff during gym. Oh yeah, it can be fun sometimes. But that was all. And that's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken. Now I decree the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about this summer first, before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already. Like, I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckle, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. I want to spend time with people. I've got some pretty art supplies, reading. I'm gonna catch up on movies and TV. Probably I'll spend time at the beach. I could have guessed that one. You lean back in your bed, settling in as you continue chatting with your friend. I thought it was her cousin. They should fix that. Okay. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd been seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day, you sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today, and we met a new kid. Like at your neighborhood? His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? Mean. Yeah, creepy too. And weird. This is kind of interesting. He kept snapping at us when all we were trying to do was talk to him. I've never talked to someone who spoke like him. I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with boys who knew. Okay, which one is she? Is she a friend or her cousin? She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Hey, who are you talking to? Who are you to talk to? Yeah. You give practically all your attention to boys, or maybe just one boy. I see how much you like, Cove. Lee laughed at your smiles, deeply amused. After a moment, you chuckled along with her. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated elder sister. She flung the door open and frown itched on her face. How long are you going to hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Miss Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one logged on her hip. She noticed the realization on her face. Time's up. Leah, I have to go now. Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your moms I said hi too. You barely pressed the end call button and Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she storted out of the room. Your mom's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut your door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside, and you laid in bed wide awake. Let's see. Hurry. Yes. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with forward brows. From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and an open sky. You were curious what had caused the noise. Cocking your head, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You wanted to get to the bottom of this. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove? You squinted. Yep. Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular, and some parts stood out further than others. So it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. Cove looked awkward and unstable. His feet were braced against a section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with an effort to keep him upright. With difficulty, he waved, then he wobbled, immediately dropping his hand in alarm. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove scrambled inside, nearly falling flat on his face, but was able to right himself in the end. I thought I took his glasses off. Okay. He released a breath once he was dead. Hey, Hayuri. I needed to talk to you and couldn't wait until tomorrow. If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered and they just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over. Anyway, I don't want to talk about it. Well, besides with you, but that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. Cove like he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mom. Still is probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation. You didn't comment on him eavesdropping. You shouldn't have done that. Eavesdropping is bad. There were other things to talk about. Are you going to stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened, first surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. We waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. He didn't help but stare at Cole. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. Is she gonna do that? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon before school starts. You had heard Cole talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about his past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. Bullshit. Isn't that the brain? Let's get through this fast, okay, guys? Very soon you were going to see Cole's mom in person. You were taken aback by news, so you could only imagine how Cole felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features painted with dread. Before they barely stayed in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now we're gonna be all together again, the three of us, after all this time, just for a few weeks. I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other. Now I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out. And now I feel really bad for feeling this way. And so his fist tightened and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. Shoulders eased. Thanks. That makes me feel a little better. Like I'm not freaking out for no reason. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how. Yeah, I'm gonna say that too. At how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seem so cozy. The mini debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood, began being so rude, and as if all that wasn't enough, now Cole's mom would be living Cole and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. And hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Hyori? The sound of your name said quietly pulled you from your thoughts. Cole gazed at you concerned. Are you okay? You don't have to forget about yourself for me. I want to listen to you too. Oh. Cole grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with his smile. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. You know, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and rubbed at his arms. But I kind of don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer just doing something else? Poor thing. Yeah, you can get on my computer. He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? As if he even had to ask. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight, you were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you never wanted to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. Oh no, let's not say that. We might change our answer later. The initial friendship had deepened so much over these past years, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat opposite. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. Oh, he was still easy to read, though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad. He must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. Why not? You moved closer and wrapped your short arms around him as much as you could. Your head was much lower than his. Right around here. So there was nowhere for your face to go except against the front of his. I'm not that short. It wasn't much, but we hoped the contact helped even a little. Cove froze up, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and he returned your hug. Two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When he pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Conversation was stilled and broken, often by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout section stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped the day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways, and you knew Cove felt the same. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your brown skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together, trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day, or stay snuggled up for a little longer, until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair, and you bottled up right in surprise. shout, Cole's eyes snapped open, and his head slipped from its source of support. He didn't stop going down until he smacked right into the floor with a crack. Aw, you clamped a hand over your mouth and looked down at him with wide eyes curled up where he had landed rather ungracefully. Cove compelled by putting his hand in yours, and you helped him back into a sitting position. You okay? Yeah, I'm alright. If either of your moms found out Cove has slept here last night, two of you would be in big trouble. Cove blinked at you a couple times, his eyes growing in panic, and some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind. Oh my god, I fell asleep. You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove's hands flew to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses right where he were supposed to. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely, and the atmosphere was still frazzled. He whispered to Cove harshly, trying to keep your voice down. We won't get caught as long as you can't. Cove nodded, his shoulders tensed as he faced you with a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair and he couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all of this had played out, but hoped that was true. I'll see you later. At that, you were suddenly wrapped up in intense embrace, as panicked as he was. It seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Thanks again. You're a good friend, Mayuri. A really good friend. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder. It made you feel tingly. But you were letting go before you had a chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through your closed hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Cope anxiously stepped out onto the ledge. reclosed your window, deciding there was nothing more you could do. You hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. You certainly looked like you had just woken up. Taking a comb from your bedside table, you attempted to fix and smooth down some of your messy strands. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it off cool. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting. Why are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. Your eyes flickered left and right as you sidestepped her and headed towards the kitchen. Hi, Yuri. What? You spoke so nonchalant, you almost thought she believed you. But you knew better. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately, she rolled her eyes and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today, you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running to code. It looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast. They made hash browns and omelet, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. You appreciate that there was variety in the meals your moms made. Parts you did have were tasty. They lazily drifted by. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air. Sorry, I'm just listening to something. It was a perfect limey summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You had decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. As you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cole since he had left that morning, and you couldn't help but think what happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now? Would you call him to chat again? Just you stepped out of your house, still stuck in an eternal debate with yourself. Hey, Hayuri. Confused, you looked over to where With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cole's mom. Didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you've gotten a good look at her. They had the same eyes and other physical traits in common. Sure did. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrist. I'm Kira Christ Pierce. You can call me Kira. You shook her hand. You reached out and took her hand and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm Hayuri, but you already know that. That I do. Cole's mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Hayuri. Cole talked to you about his mom? He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. What Cole said about me? Yeah, you quiet. But I would like to know what he said. Oh, I can't tell you that. I've already said too much. She laughed good-naturedly. You couldn't be happy about that answer, though. The sound of a door opening and closing caught both your attentions, and when you turned towards the sound, it was to find Cole exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side for an adult. Anyway, Cole's height must have come from his father. There you are. I thought you were gonna keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cole's eye as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When you finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. In the way he had acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cole and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Kira beamed at Cole and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us. Hayuri, I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. Okay, Cole, I know you want to do it. Okay. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first. Responsibility and all that. Really, lady? Okay, he'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly. Is it though? If I'm going to be roosting, I see you, roosting on this street for the time being. Anywho, let's go. I like your style, kinda. Kira walked to head towards your house, and you hung back his coat, who crinkled his nose as you watched her. I'm sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us. Not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were going? Cole shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. It is freaking thundering like bricks outside. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning, Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. Oh, you were surprised to hear that too. Cole sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxed a little in relief. Thanks, I'll be cool. The two of you headed over to where Cole's mom had just knocked on your front door, stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realized that like you, she would have no idea that it was Cole's mom who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple of times and looking between her and Cole, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela. I see you already met my kid, Hayuri, and I'm guessing you've already known Cole for a while. Kira laughed, and you and Cole exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kira Coombs, Cole's mom. It's so nice to meet you. A head of purple-brown hair caught your eye as May popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kira. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands. Hi, Yuri, Cole. Cole smiled at May shyly, and she gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Oh, I understand. You're welcome to stop by anytime. I'll take you up on that offer when I can. Count on me. Would you mind too much if Hayuri went with Cole and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice. I hope you all have fun. You gave your moms a look and they smiled at you fondly. You were happy they were letting you go. You were annoyed they agreed just like that. You tell it that Cole really needed support and you were ready to be there for him. Marvelous. Expect us at an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye. Shivers. Waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. Didn't even read the rest of the sentence. Okay. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi, not too far from here. Yeah. attitude. If he wasn't in the mood to be nice, he generally just keeps to himself. Kira put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son. Well, you sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kira pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Hayuri? Want to point me in the right direction? You've been to a lot of places in town, and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical view place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us, because Cove is going through a phase over there. He huffed at her and turned his face away. Oh. Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kira asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so he ended up answering her question instead. Kira explained that she lived in a large city and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Berg. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Excuse me, really. Kira lowered herself into the chair while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her, or to her side. It was awkward. What? Okay. Let's see. To start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda. Noted. Hayuri? Lemon or anything? There's sugar on the table. Sure. Kira placed the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself, and it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. The last time you came here, the dish order was amazing. You want to order something different this time. Kira and Code didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Send the meals to where Send the meals to where were ordered and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table surface, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove sunk back further into his seat and avoided eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like all this was perfectly normal. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions, he brushed off Kira. Had mercy on her son. Kira had mercy focus towards you. Instead, focus towards you. So, Hayuri, what's a few things that you're into? There's gotta be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. Oh yeah, let's say that. Oh, I just saw one that I want to say. I'm really into code. I want to say it. Okay. Let's read the other stuff. I like to read music. I like to watch. Watch what? I spend time on art. Games are fun. I like to play that. I sure do. I write things. I do. I still spend time studying. I hang out with people. I go to the beach and walk along the shore. That's a nice way to relax. I hope to be able to spend some time on the shore while I'm here myself. Oh, do you and Cove surf together? Kira looked at Cove exponentially, who mumbled something non-communicative. Look for seashells. I keep the best ones I find for my collection. I'm sure it's an incredible collection. Build sandcastles. That sounds like a lot of fun. Swim. You must be a strong swimmer since you live so close to the ocean. I find the water a little scary, but I still like to dip my toes sometimes. And I really want to say this one. I want to say what happened. Kira let out a sudden laugh and Cove gasped beside you. It was a dramatic enough. It was dramatic enough that you almost choked on the soda. You chuckled at their reactions. That was exactly why you said it. Hayuri. Cove whispered at you disapprovingly, obscuring part of his face with a hand, but Kira only waved him off and encouraged you to go on. I'm only being honest. What better way to spend time than with Cove? Well, we have something in common. Kira smiled at Cove, who didn't look too impressed by either of you. Oh, this is just adorable. Yeah, let's say hanging out. Hey, it's nice to have friends and family to spend time with. Thanks. I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves these details out. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable, hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air. You decided to ask Kira a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth to see. It's good work. Wow. No, let's not overwrite this. This one was funny. What do you like to do? Where do you live normally? Where are you in a new relationship? Oh, that's too personal. Let's do something normal. Spend time with my little boy. secret of a place. Check it out if you can. It didn't seem to bother her that the conversation dropped off. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. Cole eventually noticed you watching him. It took a couple of moments, but finally he cracked a smile, and that made me feel a little lighter inside. You two seem really cute together. Oh, look at him blushing. Cole covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat. Ugh, Mom, why would you say that? Felt bothered too. Were the two of you really cute together? Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious. And Cove enjoyed his food. Alright, now that we're all full and content, can you explain to us why you had a bug up your butt all day? Cole's face scrunched at that. Seriously, baby, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke thoughts that had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year. That you were going to be coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here with you. Cole's eyes began to shake, and his frustration bedded. I do want you to be around, but didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same, and nobody said anything. I see. Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her. Table. We've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cole to crack a smile. You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had ever called him Clifford until now. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go her stern look. The more things change, the more things stay the same. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards. I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cole's lips tightly closed together. He seriously pondered the option. I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. My heart. She reached across the gap, grabbed his face, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop. I'm sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. Kira was completely confused by Cole's admission, though the tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation began. Do you want to talk to your dad too? No. Cole had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back again just as quickly. Maybe later, not today. Shovel it. I love this mom. Him, I just love this relationship. It's so beautiful. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. Thank you, Hayuri. Huh? What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's harder to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything, especially when you really care about what said neighbor thinks of you. She winked. She just ruffled his hair with a laugh. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cole and his mom. When the three of you left the restaurant and Kayuri had paid the bill, you walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much by that time you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that the lunch had happened late and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. Dude. But eventually you reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group up on a run. Welcome back, family. And Hayuri too. Cliff. Dad. Two walked past him into the condo down without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked after him. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back, fared more energetic. Okay, have a nice night, Hayuri. You too, Mr. Holden. Yeah, don't like that here. With that, Cole's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go now. Summer hadn't started off how you imagined. You would have thought, though, it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kira in the neighborhood was a new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both your families. And a dull moment was rarely had. I don't think I gotten this far in the last one. Ooh. Okay, guys. I'm gonna save. You know what? Oh, shit. 22. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the trunk before you could go enjoy the afternoon. You curdled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store loaded with fresh apples. Who I hope we runs that dude again. Apples, ripe tomatoes, a bunch of carrots, and even half a watermelon. Mom was hot. How did I say it like that? May came out the front door and paused just ahead of him. Need any help with that, Henry? I can bring it the rest of the way if you want me to. May stepped forward to take the bag from your arms, and you headed back to the car to grab a new one. This time you got a smaller bag with a local fresh bread and a couple of packets of dried pasta sprouts. You passed May again and on your way back to the house, and she gave you an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your pink hair. You set the next bag on the counter. Your older sister began to root around inside here for the contents with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags. With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued putting away the groceries, and you retreated out of the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood. Careful, Hayuri. You hadn't been looking where you were going and bumped right into Mom, almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry. I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. She grinned at the bad joke. That's a good joke. As you continue through the door, outside, May had started organizing what remained and putting back in any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took in a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying around in the breeze. Shame we had to spend the morning cooped up in the shopping center. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilted your head to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. May smiled at you, her amber eyes glinting with affection. You and your sister are a lot alike in that way, and me too. Gave her a familiar look, but eventually you turned back to help her with the last of the bags. Oh, hi, Cove. You noticed Mom wave over at Cove, who had just exited his front door, his surfboard propped up under one arm. Let me see you. Surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be off on this beautiful day? Cove instantly startled, not having realized your family was also out here, even though your mom was the one who called out. You were the one he looked at. He tried to settle down again. Oh God, he jogged across the pavement to properly say hello to you and your parents. It was decidedly awkward since Cove had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you. The additions of his unwildly surfboard made the whole thing seem even clumsier. Careful with that thing. You'll put someone's eye out. Mom chuckled and got a whispered reproach from May for it. Damn, so easy. Code wins. Oh, so cute. Sorry, Miss Nigma. Cove, he had relaxed a lot when May spoke to him, but the whatever it is came back as soon as you said something.
Hey.
Hi, Yuri. Cove managed to grin, and it almost felt like you had butterflies in your stomach. Do you want to come hang out there later? You notice the flush red on his cheeks, but that might have just been from the heat. Cool. When he spoke again, he tried to contain some of the excitement that was clearly ready to burst. It'll be fun. You're not done unloading, right? Can I help? No. This is our job. You go enjoy the beach. Kyrie can catch up as soon as she's finished here. Alright. I'll see you. Yeah, bye for now. Oh. You. Okay, I gotta finish this. This is just... Cove headed on down to the beach with more skip in his step than normal. It was really cute. He smiled softly to yourself at the thought that you'd be joining him soon.
Oh?
He sure seemed to perk up after you agreed to meet him there. I wonder why that could be. May. Now, who's giving him a hard time? It's different. Mom's face broke into a incredulous grin. In what way? I'm being supportive, and he can't hear it. Mom full on laughed at that time. You're the worst of us when it comes to this, honestly. I keep trying to warn people, but they won't listen. I only want to help. I think it's fair to say you might need it, Middler, but you have a point, right? You narrowed your eyes at their teasing, and they simply chuckled conspicuously before taking more bags from the trunk and heading inside. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. You had a surfboard in your room that you wanted to take with you. You've been practicing your surfing more and more lately. It was always ready to go. After grabbing your board and getting everything ready, you headed down to the beach. Have fun, honey. Stay safe. When you arrived at the shore, you were greeted by the crash, the waves, the soft calls of the seagulls. You took in a lung full of the ocean air and felt your brown skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small set of nearby towels, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. It must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to the sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You ran up beside him. Hey, are you waiting for someone? Kyrie. He looked up. I'm getting excited for him. Okay. He looked up at you with a smile and quickly looked shyly at your whatever. Okay. Then he casts his eyes out towards the wilderness. You too, let's go. He took your board under your arm and nodded at him, and the two of you ran into the water together. You paddled out into the sea to where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin. Not too calm, but nothing crazy. It looks perfect today. He smiled at you, and you couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content until Code kicked the water a little too hard, and it inadvertently splashed you. Hey, sorry. The apology did not come across as especially repentant. As he was particularly laughing when he said it. You laughed but waited for an opening for revenge. The second you looked away, you kicked back the spring. It quickly devolved into a splashboard. You had no idea who was winning at the point when the ocean decided to throw its weight around and toss you both tall away. Close laughed and smiled infectious. Couldn't help but join in. Draw. Really? Oh. He looked surprised, but given how slow you were from seawater, he earned his victory. Thanks, or I'm sorry. You chuckled awkwardly at accepting the results of being the bigger splasher. It made losing worth it. Oh, Cole pointed out into the distance. You followed his finger to see some nice looking waves. Hey, let's keep going. You agreed. No doubt there was room for you two to do something good. You were ready to have some fun. You started taking on the waves, both tried out a few tricks, and you got into the rhythm of finding just the right waves. Cove's face and ears flushed red as he looked down and inspected himself. He crossed his hands over his chest, self-consciously. He had been so used to wearing it that Cove hadn't given his current choice of dress any thought. At least that was before he pointed it out to him. Well, you would too, so Cove's eyes widened when you proceeded what he'd just said and awkwardly decided to give up on the whole thing. Then he looked down the shore with wide shining eyes. There's at least one place that's always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is. Park. He nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays if she was looking for you. How times have changed. She used to be so protective of the place. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into might be that Jeremy yet again. Brought the idea of Cove and he cringed, but still going. The sun is still there, a little. Staying out as long as it is. Okay, let's go. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all. Didn't take much care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. Stuffed everything together quickly. None of he rolled his eyes with a thin smile at the announcement. As a final touch, Cole plucked his glasses off the bench and put them back on as his face. He looked more like himself now. He led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't hard, so it didn't take long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet. When you made your arrival, Cole stuck his surfboard upright in the sand, tossed his towel over it. By now, the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin helped keep pleasantly warm. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past few years. You were still short enough to use the monkey bar. I'm not that short. Yourself. Sometimes being tiny had its perks. When he got to a bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up and threw and sat on top of the bar. His legs dangled off the side of the bar. He perched on. You looked above yourself to inspect the bars. You might have been short, but that just gave you more experience in climbing things. You leaped. Basically, you got the most bars. Not that short. You leaped and grabbed at one of the bars, using the momentum to swing yourself up. It took a little more scrambling, but you made it to the top. Cove seemed impressed. You settled on the monkey bar like it was in front. You didn't get to be above everything. Guess what? right. It was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was just going to be the two of you tonight. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Her eyes widened when he whipped his head back up. I can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. You were taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was quoting Jeremy. Cole chuckled back at you, amused. You looked around the old park, the streets you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were your stomping grounds. You wondered how Cole actually felt. How much was his joke just a joke? And how much was sincere dislike of this place? Moving had never been Cole kicked his legs carelessly as they dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion. Cole flushed and started kicking his legs wildly, like he was running in place. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone, and it was dark. You chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. His feet kicked out, made him look like a pouty child. Oh well, Cole sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a bump when his feet hit the ground. You climbed down the monkey bars yourself. Cole grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck with his water bottle in hand. He was ready. You both began your trek up the road. It was a quiet night and you didn't run into anyone else in what felt like no time at all. You had reached your street. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. It was a soft expression and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. You don't keep all that thinking. You don't keep all that thinking to yourself. I just remember when we were younger, it used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. You could indeed recall if you got Sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have more to say. And if you came home after dark, well, your mom's dad and his dad better have said it was okay before. You used to need permission for everything. That's small. Comment you made exposed just how much freedom Mom really had this month. Cove looked up into the sky, a smile still on his face, as the two of you walked side by side, reminiscing. When you came to your house, you turned to each other. Thanks for today, Hayuri. Cove waved and you both turned around to your respective houses. a pleasant end to the outing, you thought. And there's step 3, and then back to school. Early one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate, but everyone was still being pretty lazy. You, your mom, and sister were lounging around while the TV blared on in the backdrop, ignored by all. You especially were. You looked out the windows at the backyard. Not that there was anything of particular interest to watch. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was laying on her back on the couch, massaging the flat calf with one hand. Ugh, I feel terrible. I'm dying. Is this house? And my legs hurt. Mom looked up from the magazine. She barely been flipping through and frowned concerned. Could you have strength yourself? Elizabeth fell briefly, then flopped onto her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know. It just hurts. Oh, baby. May got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to her sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder. Sympathetic. I'm sorry. You have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains. You could be taller by next fall. Elizabeth looked. She didn't look impressed by May's sentiment. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Mom walked over to, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home, of her own, maybe even with a nice husband, some kids, if she feels like it. She sniffled loudly and wept at her, wiped at her eye, but you could tell that it was just a bit. You tilted your head even though you knew Elizabeth like guys. It was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or husband. She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. May must agree with you, because she shook her head. Let's not exaggerate. She's still practically a child. But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely. We're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust. No way. I am not talking to my mom about that. Mom's jaw dropped and she gasped in an exaggerated display of shock. Her hand came up to rest against her chest. May only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It really wouldn't be so bad to come to us. I know that it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't, but I can listen anyway. Mom snorted at, oh, well, okay. May. Mom snorted at her own joke while May burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. toured off towards the staircase, taking the steps two at a time. Your mom stared after her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Whoops. Looks like we scared her off. All that romance talk. Oh well, we'll get her next time. You watch them titter with some surprise. Obviously, your mom's like women, but you had no idea that May liked guys too. She just said it was clear. Okay. Today was the first time you heard her say something like that. Wait, you've had crushes on guys? Since when? May turned to you, happy to bring you into things. Now that you've spoken up, she smiled and nodded. Always. I like both. But I like your mom most. Out of everyone, she's special. Oh, look at her blush. Look at her blush. Okay. May's smile turned all soft in the corners like, oh, they're both blushing like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheek lightly. Mom reached up to cup a hand over May's, even when May stopped pulling her cheek. Their hands remained clasped together. Thanks, Lonnie. I think most women have a charm, but no one can hold a candle to you. Oh, Pamela. May beamed and kissed Mom on the cheek. She'd been pinching before. You laughed at their antics. You thought the moment was very sweet. You smiled to yourself at the sight. No matter how often your moms expressed their feelings for each other, it was always nice to witness it. May looked back to you, letting Mom's hand go. With a brief squeeze, she settled down next to you, and Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. In fact, I think that talk might be needed sooner for you. After all, you already have someone, isn't that right? Mom shook her head and elbowed May, but it was futile. Meddler. May only giggled and smiled, not looking the least bit apologetic. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want. Oh, May. Aren't you just too much? Don't think you have to stick with whatever you come up with right now either. Life's nice like that. It can change and you can learn. Mom nodded her agreement. The two of us are happy to hear you out, and we may be able to relate better than you think. My freaking knee is hurting. Still, we want to push the topic, at least most of the time. She gave May the weakest sketching look possible while being unable to stop grinning. You weren't sure what to say to that. Mom let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth. And now you, Hayuri? Do you have to grow up? Yes, children tend to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly grew absurd in their conversations about rearing kids. You took that as a cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. They let you go without problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You let outside once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as it was in the room, possibly even a little warmer. You couldn't even open your window since it was hotter outside, and you just let the AC out. You dragged your feet as you crossed the room, and you checked your current sweltering condition mirror as you passed by it. You thought back to the conversation you had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror. You stared into it, then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. You were definitely growing. Alright, it was weird thinking about how you were now. Relative to what you'd been when you were younger. You weren't massively taller or anything, but you were still bigger than a child. Besides height from your frame. You shifted your body to the side, your head still facing forward and continuing the self-evolution from this viewpoint. Your chest was entirely, no, I'm you already had noticeable there was no mistaking it, even with your shirt helping to obscure your frame. You had boobs. You're fine. You're fine with it. That was just a sign you were getting older. You could live with that. Your fingers brushed over your cheeks as you stared at the freckles dusting your features. It was as if they quadrupled in the summertime with all the extra sun. You took a step backwards, finished with your inspection. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side. All things considered, you beamed, pleased with what you saw. You even winked for good measure before chuckling at yourself. You shook your head roughly, putting thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. You shuffled over to your bed, collapsing onto the mattress, your brows scrunched up in thought. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possibly ideas about what to do were few and far noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well. Oh, I didn't expect you to come down already, Hungary. I just wanted to let you know that what was happening. You pretend you didn't overhear their conversation. Yeah, okay. I just got here. From the way Mom and May exchanged amused glances, you got the feeling that they didn't believe you. Thankfully, they didn't correctly accuse you of lying. Sure. Well, we'll just have the way and we'll take care. You couldn't help but blush when May winked. Mom elbowed her even as a smile tugged at her lips. Honestly, sweetie, your mom's whispered amongst themselves as they went down the hall. Eventually, you heard the faint sound of their bedroom door shutting. Now you were alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove, and that was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at his house a long time ago. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in to the wait. As expected, there was a knock at the door a few minutes later. When you got up and answered it, your neighbor was standing from the other side. He came in once you stepped up aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. You greeted him as you typically did. He stiffened in your arms and relaxed seconds after. One would think he'd be used to your hugs after all these years. Hey, his voice was cracked, and as he struggled to say something, he didn't feel worried about that. It was how he usually reacted when you were close by. Both sighed and wiped and whipped at his face a bit. He noted the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must be glad to be back in an air conditioned place, even if he only had to walk across the street to get there. So, what's with this sudden visit? I don't want to do anything, not when it's like this. He gestured vaguely to the hung air hanging around. I thought I could at least do nothing with you. He thought that was really sweet. His words were nice and expressed real fondness for you in a strange sort of way. Not the fudge, which was usually the case with Cove. Have you had lunch yet? He's gonna do it soon. He shook his head. I haven't really felt like eating because I couldn't eat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. You didn't eat at all? Then you gotta have something now. Great. We can eat lunch together. Cove nodded, looking content with your suggestion. Okay, cool. As one, you headed into the kitchen. You crossed your arms as he glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there something cold or not back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. Want to do something? It seemed the plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin, despite his lack of enthusiasm. He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. What about payment? He put your plate aside and pulled out some markers and scrap paper. As he laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make more room in front of him. Cove picked up one of the markers with his right hand while keeping a half slice of sandwich in his left. Can I pick the phrase? Okay. I wanted to guess first anyway. He smiled briefly before he bent over the paper and began sketching the hangman. Then he stopped pursuing his lips. In thought, he tapped the end of his marker against his cheek. You watched silently as Cove looked down at the paper up at your face and then off to the side in a loop. His marker kept tapping at his cheek the entire time. He raised an eyebrow. He suggested the game and wanted to pick the phrase, but it looked like he didn't actually have anything in mind for it. Finally, he put empty lines on paper to signify spots for letters. Alright, you start guessing. He peered over. His secret phrase consisted of 3 words. The first 2 had 3 letters, and the last had 4. 3, 4. First 2 had 3 letters, the last 2 had 4. You thought hard about what your first guess would be. Enter 1 letter. Oh, I haven't come this far. Left foot is only carried me so far. We did that one already, remember? This is one we did before. What could it be? I typed in A, E, T, and did I type in L? L, O, P, L. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna start adding the little person. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV upstairs. TV, it was on, but no one was really watching, and everyone started leaving the living room. I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs. Over there. Cole smiled crookedly at that poor show, playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? Squinting off into the middle distance, trying to recall the show's name. kind of crime-solving drama. Cove nodded sleepily, his eyes closed, then open again with some effort. Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. You rested your chin on your open palm, groggily, thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with long blonde hair, I think. She was one solving crimes, like as a detective or something. There were scenes in a police station. Someone got arrested. He lapsed into silence. The both of you thought, then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but he joined in the laughter anyway. I don't know what that is. Me either. And I just saw it. Why is he getting mad? Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features were twisted and a grimace. I feel so sticky. I'm gonna be stuck to this floor forever now. Looks like we'll both be stuck forever now. You can movie if you want. Smile slightly at your joke. That wouldn't be so bad. Couldn't help but smile at too. Now that you thought about it, being roommates with Cove would be fun. Then you return to the game. I didn't write down these letters. What letters did I use? I used A, L, B, T, did I use I? Just use D. Nope, not that either. Could have had one now. D. Cole spoke up once more, catching their attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper to me, his expression awkward. You know, Hangman is kind of a creepy game. Why did you come up with it? Why did they play it? Why did people play it? Before trials back then. Huh. I've always wondered that. I'll have to look it up later. Maybe I'll do that too. That said, the two of you turned your attention back to the game. Okay, it's not D. I might win this. At this point, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too, but now you were getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. Should we go downstairs to get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me neither. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes with false suspicion. But, hey, what happened to you not being able to get up ever again because you were stuck to the floor? That's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue, defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment in his victory. There's no A, there's no L, there's no B, T, I, D, or W. Why? Why? He's getting nervous. You are cute. That was the phrase that Cove had spent so long settling on. He stared at it. For a moment longer, then you looked up at Cove. Oh! He had trouble meeting your shocked gaze, a smile settling upward on his lips. His next words left him in a mumble. It was all I could think of at the time. Suddenly, you had trouble meeting his eyes too. Your hands came up to hide your flesh features from his sight. Cove smiled a bit more clearly, still feeling awkward without move. He pulled. He turned away from you, his cheeks tinted pink. A moment passed between the two of you. Now would be the perfect time to change the subject, but he didn't. He didn't either. Things started feeling a bit more personal. All of a sudden, you looked into Cove's ocean eyes and saw yourself staring back. But at least with the way that what he was going to keep him pouted. He wanted him to finish his thought. At least what you shook off the strangeness of the situation and tried to be supportive. Maybe you just don't like anybody, or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Cole seemed to appreciate that thought. If the smile that appeared on his lips was an indication, but the expression was quick to disappear. He peered over at you, looking nervous. Okay, what about you? What kind of guy or person do you like? He winced and seemed to be mentally picking himself from saying you consider his question carefully. Did you know who or what you liked? Yeah. Could tell if you had interest. Offensively, didn't really have a physical interest in other people. You only seem to feel physical attraction in specific cases, situations. You were starting to have physical attraction in general way. There was only one person you ever had those feelings for. You were starting to have romantic attraction in a general way. You only seem to feel romantic attraction to specific cases. You didn't think you could tell if you had an interest in a woman. You only seem to feel romantic attraction in specific cases and situations. You were starting to have romantic attraction in a general way, but specifically when it came to how you felt towards boys, you found them attractive. You thought they thought you'd be happy to be with the guys today. You found them attractive, but you hadn't thought about them being with the guy. You weren't physically interested, but you'd be happy to have a romantic relationship with the guy. You generally weren't interested in how you felt towards girls. You weren't interested in girls. Talking about me, interested anyway. We're talking about her. She's interested too. But I'm married. You generally weren't interested in girls, but there were special expectations. You found them attractive, but you hadn't thought about being with the girl. You found them attractive, you thought you'd be happy